4 days ago, we saw BLG hoist the Silver Dragon Cup to both win the LPL and claim first seed at Worlds 2025. And while the split ended in disappointment for many others, there is still one last opportunity to change things up. Over the next 3 days, 4 teams will battle for China's final 2 spots at League of Legends main event. All mistakes can be forgiven, all hope can be restored in this final chance for glory. It is the 2025 LPL Regional Finals starting now on LPL English. Welcome everybody to our first day of coverage. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk and Blockster on the desk. Alk, we just crowned our champion, but there's still more work to be done.
Hell yes, I'm excited, and for the fans, especially for us IG fans, we're back. We get to, I don't know what happened midway through playoffs. For some reason we got taken off the schedule. I wish that wouldn't have happened, but we're gonna play some more best of fives here over the next couple days.
It's been a lot of time during the playoffs, and Blockstar, I know that you haven't been able to be with us for a lot of it, but glad that we have you here for these last 3 days where we still get a lot of the top performers throughout the year. Just none of them have found that full consistency, but all that can be erased with just a couple of best of fives. Winning that will send you over to Worlds, which is the ultimate goal for all these teams.
Exactly. You can forgive so many regular season crimes by just making it to Worlds and putting in a shift there. At the same time, you can also have a lot of what you managed to do during the regular season erased for you. Top Esports will know that very well from the first split. They do so well for themselves in the regular season and then biff it when they get into the international tournament. So it's really important for these teams. So much can be forgiven.
We've got our first qualification match up first. We'll get into the format in just a bit with Top Esports taking on Invictus Gaming. But before we do that, we have a little bit of housekeeping to get underway. The end of the regular season saw a bet between that man in the middle of your screen, Alk Battery, and our good friend Rafa. And we had to make sure we lived up to those promises. Take a look at this video.
Oh. Guys, we're going to take a bet. I am thinking that IG will make the finals, because I'm starting to believe that even with Rookie's mechanical deficiencies, even with Wei throwing visual bleach at my eyes with the gameplay, he will be able to, they will somehow find a way to get through. Really push. Rookie can join this fight late, he will have to run more.
Meishuan with the flash EQ, doesn't find a knockup, but still can use that Cataclysm, waiting to find the perfect moment. Now uses it onto Wei, but he will go down in response. But Elk has been transcended, issuing out auto attacks like it's nobody's damn business, and allows for BLG to pick up the feats of warfare with Elk dashing away. The final rocket from Gala, though, will make it a trade. He bounces forward for a second, feeling very confident in this exchange as Rookie trying to find the overloads, misses another one here. Knight with 3-hit passive, and the weirding will take him down. I don't know if IG want the smoke at this point. They're going to try to go for it anyway as Meishuan in severe danger, but the supreme display of talent will take down Wei and make sure that the counter will survive. Public the shy does not connect. Taunt coming out from Knight, but not going to find anybody, and here comes Elk with the killer instinct. He flashes away for the Blade Caller, and it's going to be an easy ace. Picked up for BLG. He's so separated from the rest of his team.
He got the blue buff, and that's it, man. He ran out.
Force of engage here for Invictus Gaming, but Gala got to flash forward anyway. He gets knocked up, he gets stunned, but he's able to get one back before he finally ends up going down. Meanwhile, Wei went down to Meishuan on the backside of the fight, but only 3 members of Invictus Gaming left to try to defend their base. The Antopo strikes lands on the Shy. He is separated from the rest of his team, and Bin goes all out. That's it! The Shy into the dirt.
Wei needs to pop his soon to get this value out. They catch Kyle. Tarzan's gonna come around the way. Kyle gets out though with the match.
But bro, if Akalytex kills, I can't do anything.
Bounced on. He can't get anything. He's down. 3 members are gone, and Gala's about to join them. IG have no hope left.
Oh man, I love how the IG emote seemingly like matched what you were able to put out, and Alk, I'm very disappointed you didn't have the clown makeup on broadcast for us with us today. Shout out to Kai, who unfortunately wasn't able to do this for this show, but hey, at least the reward is you get to watch more IG play here in the regional finals.
Yay! Me and Danny really akin in that way, that every time we watch this team, a little bit of our soul leaves our body, because there's at least a 10-minute stretch where it's, God damn it, we're gonna lose, aren't we?
Yeah, well, you know what, for IG, Maybe there's times to win here, and they'll get 2 opportunities to do so, to get an opportunity to make it back to the World Championships for the first time in 6 years. Let's take a look at our bracket for these regional finals. Again, 3 best-of-5 series will be happening. We have Top Esports taking on Invictus Gaming today. Then tomorrow, we get the grudge match of last Split's playoffs, as well as last year's regional finals in JDG taking on Weibo. The winner of that series will face the loser of this series for that final spot to play against T1 Bloxer for a spot, that final spot at Worlds.
Yeah, you technically make it as the 4th seed if you win in that second matchup, but you only get to play in the proper tournament if you manage to beat T1, so it's going to be real tough for that 4th seed to really be able to make it on through. For these 2 teams who get the chance of avoiding that fate of making it as the 3rd seed from the LPL, it's absolutely critical. Both of these teams are going to have that extra bit of motivation, not just because you want to make it to Worlds, not just because you want to be able to represent the LPL at the international stage, but you get to avoid Faker.
That is true. I mean, this is the thing. Winning this game is very important for both Invictus Gaming and Top Esports because it'll give you the number 3 seed from the LPL going into Worlds, and it means you do not have to play in the Worlds qualifying series, which would have been a difficult challenge anyway, Alk, but especially because they're playing against Faker, who is seemingly always the LPL's kryptonite this time of year.
But you know who hasn't lost to Faker? My boy Rookie. My man in the mid lane. Never lost to him. Never played him in a best-of-5. Never got to worry about it. So that's going to be our difference maker. I'm not at all taking into account that Mako is 2-10, 1-6. Also, that the fact that we're going to have to play Worlds qualifying series versus T1, a single best-of-5 to determine a single spot, the last seed into Swiss. No. I'm going to just pretend that doesn't exist right now. We're just going to get the 3rd seed. It'll be fine.
Hey, it's fine. It doesn't matter because the LPL plays more best-of-5s than the LCK did, right? Split 1 is all we did. That's going to be the little edge that we need in the LPL, and that's why we're going to have 4 seeds at Worlds.
You know, we'll get into the coping a little bit later because that'll be later on in the week. Because right now we can avoid all that by getting the 3rd seed for either of these teams. Let's start off by going through these rosters, beginning with Top Esports. They were your finalists from Split 3 and your winners in Split 1 Bloxer. But somehow, because of some inconsistencies that happened both here in this playoff bracket as well as, of course, the disaster that took place in Split 2, they did not find themselves automatically qualified through championship points.
It's been a crazy year for Top Esports where you feel like they've been so good, and the consistency really has felt like it's been there during the regular seasons. Obviously, they don't make it as the top seed out of Split 1, but they win the whole thing, so who cares? But then they've topped out during the group stage 2 splits in a row. This team has been incredible. Kanavi has been absolutely just murdering people the whole split through, but there's something about them. Every time they make it into a playoffs, things just begin to go slightly wrong, and this time around, it was so close to going correct for them, right? They have 2 best-of-5s versus BLG where they're 1 game away, where it feels like they're in it as well, that final game, and then something happens. I feel like in this series, night kind of happened to them, and things just fall apart, and they have got to be so annoyed about the fact that they're so close to qualifying on championship points. They miss out, and now they're here.
I mean, they should have just not lost in Split 2, right? Like, if we're calling a spade and we're keeping them honest, they should never be losing to a team like WE. And, like, that's the 99.1% chance that these teams actually win a series versus these guys. And while it's unfortunate that they did there, a lot of these clips that we're showing here for Top Esports are mostly focused around Jackie Love, and I'll be honest, during the finals, it came down to the solo lanes here for Top Esports. 369 and Cream in both best-of-5s versus BLG were almost non-existent factors, and the way that Top Esports tend to play is around the top side of the map. So if we're not going to give Jackie Love resources, if we're going to let him play these champions that give him a little bit more agency to roam around the map, maybe get we're not going to let him necessarily be there on time for objectives, then we gotta be better around the top side. Someone else has to pick up the slack here. Cream's gotta pick a Collier or Silas in Game 4 or Game 5 of that final. 369 needs to do something in a series not named Gragas in Game 5. I need to see something from this Top Esports top side if I'm gonna have any hope for them to even, look decent enough at Worlds, right? Like, this is a team that we're very easily slotting to go into Worlds.
Yeah, it's surprising to see, you know, a player as consistent during the regular season as Jackie Love not necessarily get that full attention, but it really has been about the top side, and they're going to have to perform here in the regional finals if they want a chance at success. Let's take a look at the opposing roster, though, who will be facing off against TES. And, you know, speaking of inconsistencies, we've got Invictus Gaming, who at times have looked like the best team in the league, but has not been all the time that they have been the best.
Like, we took all of this year. We're super excited. We're like, okay, Invictus, they're starting to scale. We got rid of lane swaps in Split 1. It seems like now with Wei being the main jungler, this is going to be something good. But into playoffs in Split 3, and this team completely bombed out. 3-1 versus BLG, a 0-3 versus anyone's legend. It was absolutely depressing to watch this team going into playoffs. So I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe Wei just needed a couple of weeks off, not having to see another BLG jungler find success. But I have no words for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it was real rough, the fact that by the end of the regular season, they were looking so good. I mean, we're watching right here. Gala was ripping kids apart. He was having some really high highs, and at the end, it felt like they had put it together. Their macro was some of the best. Once they got 30, 35 minutes into a game, they just turned it on. The way they were playing the map was incredibly impressive, and it never felt like a team had a big enough gold lead to actually put them down. They had that crazy comeback, 10,000, 11,000 gold behind versus Weibo, and all of a sudden they win that game, almost still behind in gold, but it doesn't matter. And I felt like they had some sort of magic coming into the playoffs, and it just disappeared. The second that it changed from being regular season to being playoffs, it disappeared from them, and all of a sudden, all of those mistakes that had been happening early on in games, but they were fixing through late game macro and team fights, didn't happen, and they were still falling too far behind to make these games work.
It's an interesting comparison to bring up how IG seemingly looked very strong at the start of Split 3, but then underperformed in the playoffs. Meanwhile, Top Esports finished first place in the regular season of Split 2 before underperforming in the postseason. All of those reasons have brought them to this point here in a winner-take-all, best-of-5 to send themselves straight to the World Championships. But for IG specifically, it has been a long time since we have seen them at Worlds. Obviously, we think of them being the World Champions, but we have not seen them at that stage since 2019. And last time that happened, Rookie was a part of that organization, and it's been a long road for him, Alk, to get back to Worlds. He has not been there since 2019, despite being a part of numerous successful organizations and also many, many trips to this regional finals event.
Okay, a lot of these rosters have been incredibly cursed. Like the V5 roster, he has Rich as his top laner, so they have a very good regular season, and in playoffs they go missing. Top Esports, I had to watch Squidward, aka Wayward, and Mark have to do him dirty like this. There was a Photic and Duo NIP lineup that I had to watch. None of these rosters were ever going to make it to Worlds. I feel bad for Rookie, but it feels like in the closest sense of him making regional finals, this is such a weird time. These last 4 or 5 years have been so dominant from him, regionally speaking, but it feels like this is maybe not the best part of the year, at least in 2025, to seeing Rookie potentially slump here as we get towards the last bits of 2025.
And it's just been heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak, and even last year on NIP, going to 5 games against that JDG Super team, having the chance to get into that play in stage, just not able to do that again. We feel like this is one of the stronger opportunities here that Rookie has had, but of course some of those inconsistencies still have been met despite the just plethora of individual talent that is on this Invictus Gaming roster. And you know, when we talk about IG specifically, mid lane is obviously a very important part of it, and same thing goes for Top Esports as well, and that's going to be our featured matchup actually as we head into this best of 5. While, you know, Cream has been a very promising player, Bloxer definitely has struggled in some important moments for this organization, and that is what has resulted in Top Esports losing both of those matches to BLG, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Cream in their wins was massive. He ended up in the grand finals having the player of the game in 2 of the wins they got on Azir and Rise. He got another one in the previous matchup versus BLG on the Rise again. So he's incredibly important to them when they win, but he just struggles so badly when they lost, and as you said, he was a big part of the reason why they ended up losing out onto both of those matchups and the grand finals in the end. Occasionally, he just falls so far behind that it feels like nobody can really do anything. His Annie looked horrible in the grand finals. His Talia just didn't get anything going. I don't remember him having a big ulti that split a team fight or anything at all. And if this team wants to have any chances up against IG, they really need to pop off. That's not to say, though, that Rookie's had the best split either. I feel like he's had, again, some decently high highs, but hasn't been massively consistent. Again, both of these teams, when I'm looking at consistency, the mid lane hasn't been it. The bot lane's really been where they've been able to find a little bit more stability.
And, you know, as we get ready for this regional final to begin again, 3 best-of-5s in a row here, Alk, for either of these teams, a chance to make it to that main stage at Worlds. What are you looking for in terms of a big difference maker going into the first game at the very least of this series?
Well, if we're talking about these two teams, I think it does have to, we've kind of moved all over the place. I think for solo lanes, this is going to be one of the biggest matchups. The Shy and Rookie versus Jackie Love. The Shy and Rookie versus 369, the man on your screen right now, and Cream. Can the experience that is on Invictus Gaming in both of their solo laners overcome some of the mechanical gaps that we have seen from Top Esports in some of their best games of the season?
You heard it here as we see the walkouts commence. One chance here to immediately qualify into the World Championship. Get a chance to avoid T1 here, and for Top Esports, maybe not a super familiar sight being here at this play-in stage, as they've very frequently been towards the top. But for IG and for Rookie, they are certainly no strangers to this qualifier. This time we'll see they'll finally be able to get over that hump. Game 1 is about to begin. We're going to send things over to our casters, Yanni and Cubby, for the call of Game 1.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the caster desk. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Matt Cubby Samuelson. And Cubby, it is time. Top Esports IG going at it for that all-important 3rd seed. Because remember, that 4th seed might be a fate worse than death.
Yeah, you know, usually Faker looming over the LPL actually waits until we get to, like, the last 8 teams at Worlds. But I guess this year we're just going to start it early. Because if you are the 4th LPL seed, you got to go through the player that has never lost a best-of-5 to an LPL team at Worlds. And it feels like, you know, the road always has to go through Faker at some point, especially if you are an LPL fan or an LPL team. And yeah, the fact it's happening now is, I'd say, a little bit surprising and maybe concerning. And also, I think adds a lot of importance to this best-of-5 we have tonight, Yanni.
Couldn't agree more, my friend. You saw the stats earlier, all these players, and what awful records they have against Faker. I mean, you know, that's no offense to them, right? Because that guy is absolutely incredible. So much so that we're talking about him on an LPL broadcast, right? But
kind of have to,
now, yeah, exactly. Now we get to refocus Top Esports IG. Top Esports, a team that has just been really consistent throughout the entire year, save for that one time in Split 2 near the end. And IG, a team that inconsistent at the beginning, but is ramped up. But some of these pieces have been playing well all year long. I look at guys like 369 and the Shy, for an example. They've been battling for that title of best top laner in the league all year long.
I like how, as a classic Top Esports fan, too, you already erased Split 1 first stand from your memory. So respect to you on that one as well. But yeah, I think that in some way, both Top Esports and IG experienced disappointment in the playoff bracket. For IG, it was an early bomb out, right? I think everything that Dimitri or Elk was saying, like, remove the clown makeup, I agreed at one point. I thought IG was the team to beat in the LPL. I just wasn't dumb enough to make a clown bet. I was dumb enough to bet that an LPL team would not, or LCK team would not lose to a non-LCK team at Worlds. We're going to see how that one goes. But
get the Shuey ready. Nobody forgets.
Yeah, Shueys are ready. But, you know, you have a disappointment there with the bomb out. Top Esports, 2 Game 5s versus BLG. A Game 5 where if they win, they aren't even here. They're the 1st seed for the LPL. Now you got to take down IG. And if not, you got to face Faker. I mean, that is disappointment just exponentially more felt because of the stakes that are here with this match. So yeah, I think the fact that Faker is looming over everything does make this regional gauntlet, and especially this best-of-5, rather tense. We're gonna have to see who comes out on top.
I'm right there with you. Even though IG did not have the greatest run in playoffs, they are still a very excellent team with very excellent players. We're into the picks and the bans, and immediately Orianna going to be taken away for Rookie. He's not going to see one of his most iconic champions all series long.
No, he will not, but Rookie has been very good this year on enablers. I've really liked his play on Ryze and Talia. I think notably Talia is up, poor matchup into the Orianna. But we'll see if Rookie wants to maybe take a play at it. He's been willing to play this matchup all year, so gonna have to see if that is what he wants. What we have learned of what IG wants. Gonna take that Rumble for themselves in the top side. Gotta say, Galio is banned. That's nice for Rumble, but really opening yourself up to a potential Aurora top. Not something we're used to seeing from 369, but I think Aurora champion that for me, whenever I see Rumble, rockets up in priority a little bit.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. That is it's just really, really good into this Rumble, right? And, you know, Rumble, a lot of his tank matchups got a little bit worse with the nerfs that he got, but he's still very much passable in those. Rise going to come through for Rookie here, so that Realm Warp position is going to be all important, especially with the way we've seen IG in some fights get a little bit disconnected. Meanwhile, Top Esports, immediate lock-ins coming in for Kaisa, coming in for Nico. Again, that's an iconic champion taken away from IG. Gala's not getting his Kaisa.
I think big pick here for IG. Is it going to be a Karma or a Rel from Mako? I think those are two of the better picks against Nico. And if that is the case, I don't like the Karma here because you can't pair it with an Ezreal. You aren't really buffing up someone big. Looks like they might just sign up to take the Alistar. He is that Primo support. Maybe you throw out a Sylas ban at Kanavi too, given that he's played in the jungle, but you're already looking at so much magic damage. You may not even be worried about that between the Orianna, the Kaisa, and the Nico showing. Like, if it is Sylas, you can just go full magic resist and feel pretty good about that as a team potentially. And sacrifice the fact you are giving away a Rumble ult and an Alistar ult, which is a Sylas eating good. So I think that's a champion that IG has to be aware of in the next phase, as they're going to take away some of the counters and answers to a Rumble. Ornn going to get taken away, and if you're going to ban Ornn, you're probably going to ban Sion as well here for IG on that side.
And if they do ban the Sion, what do you think we're seeing in the top lane for 369? Because, you know, once again, that Aurora is still open, but again, you'd be very heavily slated toward magic damage, as you
like
just
Sante.
mentioned about the Sylas.
Yeah.
Sante does seem like it'd be pretty good, especially because you get to take one of these really powerful champions that IG's showing and just immediately rip them out of a fight. And you take a look at what Top Esports has, I'd say, yeah, they'd immediately win a fight off that.
Yeah. I gotta mention too that the Shy, you know, for anyone that hasn't followed the LPL this split, the Shy's been a really good tank player. And I know that's not what we're used to hearing from the Shy, but usually we're used to, you know, the Renekton's being played superbly, some of the early game brawlers, but he's really embraced the tanks and has added his mechanics to those roles. I mean, I think mechanics are very important on tanks. You just have to repeat your play pattern constantly on a tank, right? It's not as impactful, but you get more opportunities to repeat the play pattern. And the Shy has really taken advantage of that, actually. I think he's really emerged as a good tank player. Really superb Ornn. So those bans, in a way, also kind of protect his pool moving forward. I think Ornn for IG is a really big pick, as the Shy is one of, if not the best Ornns in the world. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that taken here, as now we have the Xayah taken. Rakan hasn't been contested, and they're going to split up that duo now for the rest of the series, which I find interesting as well.
Pantheon making it very late. There's that Cassante that you talked about. So all of a sudden, we've got some global presence coming out from Top Esports, and now the ball is in Wei's court. Out of all of the players that you see on your screen for IG, they're going to give that last pick for Wei. Poppy has been one of his preferred champions. He's been excellent on it throughout the year. We'll see if they opt into it.
I'm fine with it. I think it adds some defense. You get some decent value from that steadfast presence. You can play somewhat defensively into that Pantheon, and definitely have to... It's another champion that Kaisa has to be aware of in terms of tracking cooldowns. Because if you go in too early as Kaisa, opportunity to get, you know, knocked up with the Keeper's Verdict, wall bangs, threats of Qs, right? So just something for Jackie to be aware of. But man, I gotta say that I think that IG has a little bit of defense for the Pop Blossom. I'm more concerned about this early game because the ability for Pantheon to try and get active on the map, and then the prio that you're going to get from Kaisa Nico, just given the Nico into the Xayah Alistar, that's going to be kind of offset the Xayah being favored in the Kaisa early on. Nico being so favored in the Alistar early on, I think is going to create a really good bot lane for Jackie Love and Hong. And I'm concerned that Kanavi is going to be able to, you know, play with multiple winning lanes and try and start ramping into ways. So I think it's important that on the first clear especially, IG are able to do something with the Poppy. Poppy, so good level 1, level 2. You can actually fight the Pantheon, just given the strength that you have. So I'm really curious to see if IG can manipulate the map, get away that scenario, because if Kanavi gets a standard first 3 camps, opportunity to actually start invading the Poppy and playing aggressively into IG. So I think the first 3 camps, really important that Wei does something.
Let's have a look at the predictions that all of our casters have had and everybody in the Discord. I'm on the 3-1 train for Top Esports. You're on the 3-2 train for IG. Now,
yeah,
do you feel any differently after this first draft?
I gotta say, Yanni, I threw out a fan vote. I think it's a 3-1 Top Esports too. I am looking at the tape. I really want to see IG at Worlds, and I don't think that either of these teams get through T1. So that makes this a very important series for me. I'm really hoping that we get to see Rookie make Worlds for the first time in a long time. But to do so, him and the Shy are going to have to topple Jackie Love as we dive into Game 1.
Either the crowd mics are not picking these up, or people are really not that animated early on, especially for a series like this. I'm going to go with the crowd mics because these guys have to be amped up just like we are, my friend, as both teams are now taking the rift, and Kanavi going to walk in, get this immediate ward down, Rookie in way, lying in wait. Oh, no ward. We're just going to show up and say hi and throw a couple skill shots.
Why not? We got the trade going. Again, I think it is important that we get a little bit of action from Wei into the Pantheon for the first 2 levels. You let Pantheon get, to 3 and 4. That's when he can start to win the duel against the Poppy. Very, very early on, first couple levels, Wei can do something. I do like the fact that he's starting his bot camps because Hong and Jackie Love are going to have push going into the Alistar. So I do think it's important that he's taking these away because these are the camps that I would have been concerned about in a couple of levels that Kanavi could pressure, but looks like each of our junglers are going to make their way towards the top side.
Yeah, and Kanavi's been a guy that's been so hard to disrupt early on. We haven't really seen teams be able to do that sort of thing, right? And he's able to get off a lot of these early clears, and we all know that after his first clear, he's immediately in team mode, looking around to be able to help out his squad to get them ahead early. It feels like the only times where he ever gets behind is if, his team kind of mismanages what they're really good at. So
yeah,
we'll see if we run into each other at some point soon.
I think it's very clear from watching, without knowing the comms, like just looking at top esports, it's pretty clear this team runs through Kanavi. In terms of he's the one that's dictating a lot of the plays that the team has taken. I think that Kanavi, a lot of the times, he takes a lot of positive plays, especially when they are for himself in the jungle matchup. I think at times, him and the rest of top esports are definitely victim of maybe taking a play or trying to make something happen that isn't there. So I think that that's a valid backdrop when looking at this team because I think they play early games very well. Top esports at their best going back to Split 1 was the team that you don't want to give 3 winning lanes in a winning jungle matchup because they will cash that in to the 9th degree. But I think we've also seen them slip up at times in terms of cashing that in. And that at times can be the Achilles heel of this team. That, and what I like to say in terms of their mid laner, I think the top esports, they go as far as Kareem will take them. So Kareem going up against Rookie today. Rookie did struggle against Knight and Shanks in the 2 series where IG did fall in the bracket. So I don't rate Kareem as highly as those 2 mid laners, but still something to look out for. We'll see if Rookie can topple Kareem or if Kareem can continue to at least try and step up and put together a good 5-game series because he hasn't been able to do that, and it was part of the reason that top did fall victim to BLG.
Good shout about Kareem. Speaking of, he's going to take the later TP back. This does mean that Wei will be able to secure the top crab, and I'm with you on that. I think that, if Kareem plays to his baseline level, you'll see the really good top esports that, has gone to the final and lost in a close 3-2 series. And, if he's able to take the next step, then, maybe we'll see the top esports that will be able to compete internationally, that will be able to show up and make a deep run or even go further than that. And it's all up to him, and it starts now, especially against a guy like Rookie who's been around for a very long time, a guy who at times has been very abusable in game, in lane. See if he's able to get the job done.
Yeah, and Kareem, he's got the counter matchup. Orianna into Ryze. Orianna can win out on that 1v1 just with the ball, the zone control. Ryze can struggle into that. And Rookie already having to take his second recall. Going to work towards that Catalyst. Of course, he's going to go for the double stacking items. And I like the fact that Kareem is not going for the double stacking items early on. It was Roa into Seraphs for his playoff games. That made 0 sense to me. Already has an Amp Tome in the inventory. So we'd like to see that as we are seeing lane swaps on the Rift. If they try and get the Alistar Xayah out of the winning Kai'Sa and Nico matchup winning because of the Nico. And they will swap and get the Shine to the 1v2, who is actually saving his TP. So he's going to lose a little bit of access to golden XP from the wave there, but we'll have a TP up for a grub fight where Rumble is very strong if they keep the lanes for that.
Saw just a moment ago that Mako came in, interrupted Cream's recall, and he'll have to take the long walk back himself. We have Dragon up on the map. We've got Grubs in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Cubby, how are you thinking about Grub priority in this particular game? I think that Rookie uses it quite well. I think that 369 could as well.
Yeah, I mean, for IG, I see a Rumble comp, and I like their Grub fight a lot. Now, the good news for Top Esports is that if they want to fight Grubs, they've got to get their support to level 6. They have a Nico, Pomp Blossom critical for a fight like that. Hong has gotten a little bit more XP than Mako, just given the winning matchup and the fact that Mako was roaming mid. So I think level 6 support raise could be very telling in terms of who can fight the Grubs or not, because if one team has 6 on their support and the other doesn't, that could just dictate who gets Grubs or not. But the fact that Shy has TP, I mean, regardless of how we think this fight might play out in a vacuum, I'll take a 5v4 for IG. I think that gives them a big edge for Grubs so far. We see Top Esports utilizing their bot lane priority. And the 2v2 we have there to probably start up this Dragon and take it for themselves.
Mako with a little bit of a headbutt there. He'll get tied up, take a little bit of damage himself as Wei and Rookie looking to take control around this mid lane and try to force Top Esports away from this Dragon.
Not a bad stall, honestly, from Mako. I mean, the Shy's going to delete this wave. It's on the timer where he's going to have Equalizer up for a Grub fight, too. So he's preserved his TP. And we do see IG doing this swap a little bit where you give your AD some solo golden experience. Frankly, I really like this from Kai'Sa. I thought that, you know, if we were going to turn back the clocks a little bit and go to lane swap meta, I thought that TL was the team that actually had Kai'Sa very figured out because they were religiously putting Yawn in a lane where level 1, level 2, it's D-Blade as Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa really benefits from the bonus experience because that helps hit your breakpoints. We saw T1 do this the other night against Gen G too, where they just started with an AD topside. I believe the AD was even Kai'Sa. So I do like the fact that IG is playing around with this a little bit because I think experience on the Xayah could be a big difference maker in this mid game. If Gala is going to find JackeyLove in isolation, he's up 3/4 of level right now, so that's something they can play off of.
JackeyLove and Hong still chilling out in the bot lane. We saw the IG bot lane take some recalls. Gala gonna head back up top as these Grubs are up in about 15 seconds so far. All is quiet, which is something that we really didn't expect, especially with Kanavi getting his first clear off uninterrupted. We saw him hang around a little bit, but not really actually take any actions. But now he's got that Grand Starfall. So the global ability for Top Esports has been turned on. He's going to use it immediately into the mid lane here. Looking for Rookie. They'll flash on top of him with the Shockwave as well. And it's first blood to JackeyLove.
There's no way out of that for Rookie. I think the big thing is that he saved his spell. So there is a chance that Rookie could get back and they can contest the back half of this. But that's a great start to the Grubs for Top Esports who utilize that Grand Starfall to get a numbers advantage mid. Now we'll see if they can push this to Grubs as a whole. Mako does not have 6 yet. Hong does not have 6 yet. We do have Rise TPing in and the Shy walking up as 2 Grubs have already been secured.
It looks like Top Esports is definitely willing to give up that last one. It'll be 2-1 in favor of Top Esports. They got their kill on top of it. They got to be feeling pretty good. We're going to see Cassante teleport into the bottom lane. He'll get some alone time there. And the Shy has just been pulled around. He had no TP. He had to take the long walk up. He's got to take the long walk back.
I think that's a big part of the story there as to why the Grubs went the way they did because we were setting up the Shy having a potential TP numbers advantage. They didn't get that. Instead, it was 369, got his TP back, was able to interact with the Grub fight. The fact that he was there and then TP'd away, whereas you called it the Shy doing a little bit of a cross-country skiing up and down the river. He couldn't exactly find a spot to grab resources, and it is a Dragon for IG. Grubs have definitely been the favored objective by teams now. As look at that, 6 support advantage, dive coming in.
All right, let's see what you got. Hong looking to move in. Now we're going to see Kanavi hop onto Mako. Hong trying to get close. He will turn into that cannon, tank it up a little bit, get to clear this wave and just deny.
They're making way to the cross-country mile, too, in his own jungle. He's got to come up and try and help Rookie get in. Top Esports somewhat, feeling this one out. They already denied the cannon. I think they already kind of got what they came for in a sense. So they're going to back up with a nice little small win against Rookie. And hey, delaying those double scaling items, quite nice for the Orianna that is going for a more damage-oriented build from Cream, which we very much like to see.
Yeah, and I think the worst part of this is it's not just, you got a little advantage on Rookie, right? We didn't talk about it, but we saw it. The Shy went and helped out with that Dragon. The Shy spent so much time of the last 2.5 minutes, not actually picking up minions, not actually picking up experience, and he's just putting himself behind to try to help out the team without really that much impact.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I don't think the Shy's been, you know, put together or put behind to, like, criminal margins so far. He does have an interesting build, actually, rushing Lucidity Boots on the Rumble. Gotta say, haven't exactly seen that one, as Mako doesn't have 6, has to flash out of the damage from the combo. Can't use the Unbreakable, get out of that one himself. So, really feels like Top Esports just off the back of a couple of plays that were positive from Kanavi. That's what they built this lead off of.
Yep, that's what they do. He's been so good at it, and now they've gotten kickstarted. It's just a matter of what are you going to do next? We've got a Dragon up in 3 minutes. We don't have Herald for another 3.5. I do wonder if we'll see Kanavi show up in one of these side lanes. None of these turrets are down, so a Grand Starfall there would really require IG to be very, very far.
I mean, I think my thing of the moment is Rookie. So when you play this matchup, Ryzen Orianna, it's kind of a game of, like, when do you pick up your Null Magic Mantle, if at all? If you get behind, I think you especially have to grab it, because it's not like you can get to the Roa faster, which is one way to play defense in this matchup. But, of course, if you do pick that up in Mercs, you end up delaying your Roa in the first place. So I think that with Rookie being behind like that right now, that's key. And then we see Jaculub fresh base with a Kraken Slayer in hand, whereas there's no completion yet for Gala. So that winning bot matchup that Top Esports have also played towards now as we kind of transition closer to the mid-game, it's in good shape. So it feels like some of... I don't think we set up from start to finish what to expect from these comps, is Top kind of playing a divey Wombo combo comp, and IG playing something that I think is catered a little bit more towards like Rumble Wombos, you know, and then defense elsewhere. It does feel like Top are just in better position right now, given that Orianna and Kai'Sa, their carries, are positioned better.
Yeah, and, you know, you talk about the Rumble being such an integral part of this comp. You don't have the typical setup, right? It's not like you've got a Jarvan that you're like, oh, yes, we'll put him in the hot pot, right? Or you've got something that keeps a lot of people in place. You know, that's really just like Gala, potentially, or Mako with a multi-man headbutt.
Yeah, it'd be a big way, alt-right, Keeper's Verdict. Maybe you get 2, and you can go from there. Rune Prison and Wallbangs can help, but... yeah, you're right. It's not as traditional. It really is just Mako that's going to be providing that big boom. Now, I will say, Nico versus Alistar, I think a big part of this matchup is that you can actually play around with redemption advantage. And when you do play out this matchup, I mean, I think Alistar's specialty at support is that given the ultimate, you're pretty much guaranteed to get 2 rotations of spells out in a fight. And if I had to boil down what makes Alistar so OP and dominant, it's that on top of his spells just being super duper good in good hands, right? So you get, you know, guaranteed 2 spell rotations. Now, I think that with Redemption versus a Nico as well, it's really important that that initial burst, that initial wombo that comes out from Top Esports does not overwhelm you as IG. You want to be able to use your Redemption. You want to be able to use the Unbreakable to get that second round of cooldowns out. So I definitely think a gold lead given over to Top Esports like this early on can be dangerous, as that damage coming through is starting to get to the point where I don't know if IG can tank what Top Esports is showing right now with these first sighting completions in.
Mako going to need to have a large impact in this game, especially because you see a Pot Blossom on the other side. But not only that, playing against his former team, a rematch as well of the 23 regional finals in the support role. LNG had Hong and EDG had Mako. Now 2 completely different teams 2 years later. Let's see which support is the first to make an impact, and it could be Hong. The Shockwave on top of it, they find the Shy. Double teleports coming in, but it's all Top Esports in this river and for this Dragon.
Great find, the Shy. He didn't flash the initial combo CC, and he had no chance to play after that, as he was locked down from start to finish, 100-0. Well played by Top Esports, who again, showing a lot of damage in the inventories right now. So they pick up the Dragon, as an Ocean Soul is rolled. I'd say, honestly, kind of a role that either team was really hoping for here. Yeah, I don't find this soul to be too impactful in this game, where I think it's going to be really bursty and wombo-y, and it's not like there's a lot of poke on either side. So,
yeah,
interesting one. Yeah.
Not only that, you take a look at the gold difference and how it's almost 3,000 for Top Esports.
Yeah.
15 minutes in, we might not even get there, Cubby. Top Esports has an opportunity to really run away with this game if they win this fight at the Rift Herald. We are seeing recall come in here from Hung, and oh, all right, never mind. He wants to stick around because they see that this Herald has been started.
I mean, if you want to play the Herald, like fight it off of a Pop Blossom being on cooldown, right? And Mako has done a nice job of sneaking his way in here. So it's a good angle. He doesn't know if he's spotted or not. He's trying not to show, but Top Esports is pretty split. They have chunked Gala a little bit.
All right, Keeper's Verdict going down. It gets Kanavi. They are able to pick up the Heralds. Cream stepping up perhaps a little over aggressively, but not in any real danger. Is a smooth secure there for IG.
But I like the fact that they fought off the Pop Blossom. You can see Pop Blossom coming off cooldown right now. So Hong just got access to that one back. I think that if IG wanted to play the objective, they had to do it while that one was on cooldown. So a good call from them. Again, you know, sometimes when you are behind, you still got to find your windows. Good example if you play fives or, you know, play with any teams at home. IG definitely behind in this game, but that was one cooldown down. They were able to take an objective off of. Big deal. That said, Top Esports, they weren't going to let that one get away for free. They take the gold on the map in that mid-outer turret first, and that's a big take for them.
And it's given over to Jackie Love, too, who's now 1,500 up on his counterpart, Gala, to the best 80 carries that we have to offer. Jackie Love, of course, winning so many accolades as we see a bit of a fight break out over the top. Coming in Kanavi, so able to take out the Rise. Mako's going to be next. You can tank up forever, but you can't tank all that damage. 4 kills for top, 4 kills for Jackie Love, your split 3 MVP.
Kind of a poorly placed redemption there by Mako. He dropped it expecting them to have a 2v1 and walk forward, but it was the Grand Starfall and the Killer Instinct that changed it to the bot side. Is now the Shy. He has to burn the flash on the way out. Unwarranted, the Shy moment, but hey, able to sneak out of that one at least with his life. But Top Esports, I mean, they're farming everything around this. Top out are going to follow the cream. Bot was under pressure there, as you could see. The Shy loses the flash, so everywhere, Top Esports finding wins.
And as it turns out, you didn't even need the Rift Herald play to go your way. You can just have stuff like this happen where 369 is just not afraid to start a 2v1.
I mean, like that redemption drop, Mako assumes they're going to walk forward. And it's the Killer Instinct of the Grand Starfall that immediately turns things back into the numbers advantage for Top Esports. No chance for Rookie to get out of that one, as the poorly placed redemption and the flash with the Killer Instinct following through. Just no escape. So yeah, I mean, well executed by Top Esports, but this has been an IG. I mean, one of the questions that we had coming into the day, Yanni, was, you know, was the AL series especially, was that just a bad day or maybe a greater concern for this team that hasn't been able to put it together at the finish? This is not the start that you want from a team that, well, they picked up like 10 kills through 3 games against AL and just got absolutely baptized on the Rift.
Yeah, it was, they got skunked. It was really, really bad. Wei had a particularly poor series against Tarzan. I was, you know, wondering if we'd see the same thing. And while I don't think Kanavi has directly outplayed him, Kanavi has impacted the map more. We haven't seen Wei actually do anything yet on this Poppy pick that he's been so good on. Now, Top Esports are going to take another outer turret here. They've claimed all 3 of them. They've got a 5,000 gold lead. Now we're going to see them try to make a play onto Jackie Love. They're going to get his flash. Gonna root him down, but here comes Kanavi and a teleport coming in from 369 to try to turn it around. There's no turret for IG. This could be a problem. Hong is going to hit the Pop Blossom just onto Mako. And here we go. Kanavi getting to the back line, getting onto Gala. Gala's got to run for the hills. Mako's going to fall, but Gala can't even survive either. Now they're going to look to sell out for Wei, who's under his tier 2. And that's not going to save you because Jackie Love can push forward. It's Top Esports domination less than 20 minutes into game 1.
They saw the Shy. 369 has a flash ult if he wants to use it. Not going to be the case.
Nah, he had the sidestep. He can't live through that. This is brutal, Cubby.
Yeah, I actually really like what Top Esports did there. They, like, Gala and Hong, there's a bit of a game of cat and mouse between going airborne on Xayah and getting away from the Pop Blossom. It wasn't a flash used by Hong to close the gap, even though he had flash available. As you're going to get a replay here, I mean, there's no flash on Rookie, so just barely out of range for locking down Jackie Love at, you know, not under turret. And then watch Gala. This game of cat and mouse. The channel coming out from Hong. He blows the ultimate there. Still gets caught by the root. Kanavi lines up a beautiful ult, and the damage that he was able to pack in his kit was enough to just snipe down Gala. I think that play is really opened up by the fact that Hong does get the Xayah going airborne on a Pop Blossom where he didn't use Flash. And, that's not a complete biff from Gala. You have to predict the Flash. If you get caught by the Pop Blossom, then, you're going to get chain CC'd by the Barbs as well. But that's a really good play by Hong, who got to save his Flash, by the way, now has it for an Otacon fight, where you really want to hit that home run as the Nico. So I really like that play. I thought it was pretty cute from Top and Hong and how Kanavi played around that as they continue to smash this game.
It's another low-value redemption out of Mako, too. It healed himself, and yeah, if you want to deal a little bit of damage to Top Esports, I don't think that's exactly what you're looking for. We're seeing Dragon on the bottom side here getting taken by Top Esports. As you mentioned, this Otacon available. It's up. They're going to drop Herald in the top side or IG, looking for something, anything, away into this game. Now, mind you, Otacon has been the throw machine. We've seen many a games tossed at it. And if you're IG, you're really hoping that Top Esports elect to make a poor decision to give you a foothold back in this game. But it looks like IG will be the ones to start it.
I'd say starting it is bold, as I think the only way that you get away with this one is if you get the Otacon to shred the other team's resistances and not your own.
Yeah, this is insane. Now the Shy is in the mid lane waiting to TP in. Here we go. That TP's coming in, 5,000 HP and dropping. Way gonna channel his ultimate. Will be able to knock out Cream. 3-man Pop Blossom. And here comes Kanavi right on top of Gala. He gets knocked up, but he's still chasing after him. Gala forced away with low HP. Roots up onto Kanavi. He takes out a chunk of damage. And IG will snag a kill, will walk out
with the Otacon.
Get the Otacon.
That's a good play there from IG. I mean, usually you want to wait for the other team to start Otacon because you want to play with the resistance shred, right? Find a fight with that. But they started it and used the Keeper's Verdict to be like, okay, we're going to bodyguard this, guarantee a numbers advantage at the point of the smite. And because Kanavi committed so hard to Gala on the back half, who he wasn't able to find, by the way, there was no smite to contest the Otacon. So ends up just going over to IG.
Yeah, nice stuff there. We're going to see a shockwave on top of Mako. Mako getting run down by Cream and Jackie Love. The damage that comes out from these two carries is just far too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, it was a passive proc for the Kaisa, but that flash in the death as Mako flashed air at the end there, kind of grim. I mean, Alistar flash, extremely valuable. Just a lot of opportunistic plays that you can make with that summoner spell. For that to be taken away is big. As Top Esports, they did secure... before, that Otacon sequencer in the back half, they picked up another Dragon. So you're going to have 3 minutes till the Dragon spawns and a couple minutes till the Baron spawns as IG can knock down a little bit more standing gold. It's still, the gold lead's not good. It's still grim. Scaling-wise, I don't favor IG to outscale this game. I think that they have some scaling elements. If it's going to come from anywhere, it's got to come from the fact that, a long team fight where they can play with a little bit of range could be big for them. And I think taking out Orianna is probably the biggest piece. So the ball, the shockwave, the threat that you can have with Orianna and zone control, I think is the thing that's going to hamper IG the most. Because I got to say, this was a first pick Orianna. And if I'm playing Orianna in a game against Ryze and Xayah as the carries, I'm a very happy camper as Orianna. I think she provides immense threat and zone control against those two champions as a whole. So I think Cream is priority A for IG to take out of these fights. And hey, to be fair, that last fight, he was Keeper's Verdict away. So no Cream was actually that led to the only win we've really seen from IG so far.
Yeah, and speaking on, the rest of what you're staring down if you're Cream, I mean, I'm not overly afraid of Poppy or Alistar as long as I'm positioning properly, right? And it seems like Cream has done a fairly good job of that so far. On your scaling point, I mean, I'm with you. Like, Ryze, yeah, sure, he's a late-game terror, but... you take a look at how many items this Ryze has and how many items this Kaisa has.
Look at Jackie Love,
Jackie Love and Top Esports should not allow the opportunity for Rookie to scale into this game. And, if he does, then it's not going to be clear-cut, but it means that IG will at least have a chance. And so far, they're fighting a little bit better than I thought they were going to after they were going down so far. It's still a 6,000 gold deficit, but it has not gotten worse.
To be fair to IG, I think that with Fearless Draft, it's been kind of hard to see teams like have core identities. I mean, Fearless, essentially, you're drafting down a tier list, or your identity is shown by, hey, maybe we actually like this pick into Azir more than the one that everyone else is playing, right? Or maybe we like Cassante into Rumble more than Ornn, right? It's just the last way is to show your identity. IG, though, as a team, they've really had this identity of being a superb late-game fighting team. I really feel like this team, and like when you get past the 35-40 minute mark, we have seen IG pull a lot of fights, a lot of moments out of the hat, given the strength of these carries and these players that they have. It kind of has been some of the magic behind this team, and what was a really good run throughout the LPL regular season is these are your top 2 teams, top 2 seeds that we had in playoffs coming out of the regular season, which I still find pretty crazy.
Yeah, it just goes to show that how well IG were playing, even not getting to those 35-minute marks in games. Now, the problem that we've seen with them lately is that in some of their team fights, they just get real disconnected, right? In these early game team fights, somebody is not where they should be, and it causes a problem. That hasn't even been the problem this game, Cubby. It's just them getting picked off on side lanes multiple times and on the back foot. Now we have Top Esports picking up their 3rd dragon. That puts them on soul point. We got Hong with a double pop blossom. He's stuck in a 1v4, but the rest of the squad's coming to help him out. Shockwave going down. Also, Jackie Love in the back line takes out Gala, but he gets hammered out of the fight. He's going to have to hop back in. Here comes the Rise Realm Warp coming through. He's on the backside. Mako on a sliver will fall to Cream. And Top Esports, another dominating fight.
And I just love the executes that they have into Xayah. They're spacing out their cooldowns. We talk about this all the time when Xayah's in the game. You got to space out your cooldown because you cannot give Xayah ult too much value. So when we get the replay, we're going to see them space it out really well. Jackie Love waits to go to the back of the fight until after Gala goes airborne and has nothing left, and Gala wasn't even able to flash. I think the defense there from IG wasn't great. I would have looked for the Empowered Rune Prison on the Kai'Sa and actually, try and pressure Jackie Love in the sums. Instead, they just Keeper's Verdict him right on out of there after they took down the Marksman, which kind of allowed for Top Esports to take a free fight and a free Baron afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you hit out Jackie Love, but, you've lost your AD carry, too, and you just take a look at the gold difference. It's just far too vast.
Just watch the spacing on Gala. So, Gala burns the cleanse, I think, a bit early. Eating the W is a lot of damage. He goes airborne after he gets, knocked up by the Pantheon, but Pantheon, he was already being spaced. I think that Gala needs to hold that ult and be a little bit more disciplined. Obviously, he starts the fight in a pretty poor position, but I think very quickly in that fight, they got the critical summoner spells out of Gala. It allowed for Top Esports to have an easy execute afterwards and throw around their goal lead. That's a killer's instinct that gets a flash out of Gala, so another big tool out of the Xayah.
Yeah, this is just a really tough game for Gala to play because Jackie Love is so oppressively strong. Top Esports, they have point and click as well. You've stuff on the ground you got to watch out for with Hong and Cream, and it's just too much for Gala to be able to handle. He needs a second Xayah ultimate in order to be able to try to survive. Now, Top Esports knocking down tier 2s in the top lane, in the mid lane. The siege is on. They've got their boots on the throats of IG. And here comes a Rise Realm Warp just for a little bit of a scare. The Pop Blossom coming through. Mako gets onto Jackie Love. This is their opportunity to take him down. And it's Wei who cashes in. Now 369 tanking up quite a bit. Being slowed up, slammed against the wall. And he flashes away. That is the only kill that IG can claim.
That was a very bold fight by IG, but a very good one, as it was only Killer Instinct down that really spawned the fight in the Jackie Love. But what a great find from Mako and Wei to make sure that Jackie Love stayed on that equalizer for a while. Actually did give IG a pretty positive fight, as they are trying to get out of the jungle. Wei is a little bit stuck there. This is awkward.
Here we go. Pantheon ult's going onto the backside, on to the Shy, who has nowhere to go. Mako can't save him. Wei couldn't even connect with the team, and a positive play immediately goes negative.
I mean, Semi-Global is just answered here by Top, as the redemption is used to try and kill the cannon minion to no avail by Mako. Gonna be the tower falling. Likely the inhibitor too if Top Esports does want to stick around, but Gala, he loses his ultimate to the shockwave of Cream. So that's another decent takeaway. Baron's about to expire. I think that's going to be the end of the push here for Top. But, man, I mean, Jackie Love is sitting on a death cap right now. These Void Seekers are... they're starting to hit pretty hard. And IG, it doesn't seem like they can really compete against this Kai'Sa if Jackie has all of his conditions up. Now, they did remove some of his conditions after that last fight, so very good from IG, but I know we kind of tease Cream as being the big zoning tool. Obviously, Jackie is the one that's just pumping out a bajillion damage, so
Yeah.
I think that you got to find ways to deal with both these, and it feels like IG just don't have an answer to both. They only have an answer to one right now.
Jackie Love has been so good all year. Split 1 Finals MVP, Split 3 MVP, first team All-Pro in Split 2 and Split 3. That's 4 out of 9 awards, right? When you count Finals MVP, Split MVP, and All-Pros, right? That's a lot of hardware for one man to get. He has been so incredible. And a 3rd seed at Worlds, a guaranteed ride into Worlds, is something that I'm sure every LPL fan will be happy about, even if Top Esports is disappointed internationally at times. We see the walls closing in. Hung with a huge flash engage. There's the shockwave too, and they put the exclamation point on this game as IG has nowhere to run except for Rookie right into his base. That's primed to be taken down.
Gala, no flash, no ult. He's outside of base. Easy execute as Top put the finishing touches on a beautiful game. They played that Kai'Sa versus Xayah matchup just so well in this one. I was really, really impressed with how they executed it. Really no room for IG to fight in this one. And the only 2 plays they made, it was down gold, down numbers. It was respectable. But besides that, control from start to finish for Top.
Yeah, no doubt at all, Cubby. They left no quarter. This is a team that knows that they could have won that 1st seed, that knows they could have beaten BLG, and they know today that they should be the ones to take care of business.
They should. I mean, they should be the favorites given what we've seen out of these guys. And I think for Top, you were talking about Jackie of the great year he's had. Not being able to complete those best of 5s against BLG, I mean, that one hurts. You're Jackie Love, you're a star of the league. You want to be able to net your team's finals. I think that one of the big things that we'll talk about when it comes to Jackie Love's career is just the fact that, how many finals has this guy lost? Like, he has a negative win rate in finals. That's going to be, I think, a very big talking point when looking back at Jackie Love's career, the fact that he wasn't able to get it done. I think that, obviously, a win today, it's not an LPL championship, but, man, like, avoiding Faker at Worlds, that's a huge win. That's always a win in your book. So I think a Jackie Love and Top Esports able to at least put the finishing touches and go international today. I would forgive some of the sins we've seen from him and TES throughout the year, especially someone that I feel like was outperformed by Elk, if you look at those 10 games they had against BLG. So we'll see if Jackie Love can continue to step up. Beautifully played Kai'Sa versus Xayah matchup just across the board team-wise there from Top Esports. They played that one very well.
See if Jackie Love can help Top Esports right their international wrongs by getting a shot at Worlds. We're going to go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk to wrap up that first game.
Thank you very much to our All-American caster desk. I am here with a Brit and honorary Canadian, Bloxer and Alk, to break it down this first game on the desk. And it was a Top Esports dominated showing. They won this one very handily. Not your typical LPL gold graph. This one was very standard here, Bloxer.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of started out pretty slowly. TES, they get that early lead. Jackie Love gets a lot of it. And honestly, at the beginning of this game, a lot of it is just established through these CS leads. The only place that's kind of falling behind is top lane, but you're a Cassante into the Rumble. You're absolutely fine going down a little bit. And Jackie Love just began getting ahead and then just never looked back.
This just felt like more of the IG that we got in playoffs, and I want to take a little bit of a step back as we go through some highlights. Talking about, like, the perspective. We're quote-unquote disappointed that Top Esports had a bad end of the playoffs, but aside from Split 2, they win the first split, and then they get top 2. Like, out of any other team in any other region, you're saying, that's great. Getting top 2 is fantastic, but when you're Top Esports, and I think Cubby really hit it there at the very end, talking about, like, if this is potentially one of Jackie Love's last splits in the LPL, the win rate in finals is not looking good historically. And so it's going to suck to have not been able to take that trophy and not automatically have bid yourself going into the World Championship.
Especially because of all the regular season dominance that we've seen from this TES roster. First place in the regular season in Split 2, first place in the regular season in Split 3. And when it comes down to it, they only lost 2 Game 5s to the eventual champions, BLG, in both the upper finals and lower finals. But it's just the expectation that we have for this club that we have not been able to see from them in that first, since the first split lower bracket run that they went on. But we saw some really good performances here. And Blockster, to me, what really stood out in this game was it was not the full Kanavi show in the early game. Top Esports jumped out to a 3,000 gold lead, and it was a large part due to the fact that their laners were playing exceptionally well.
Exactly. When we were seeing big leads coming up, specifically in Split 2, it was Kanavi the whole way through. He was an absolute monster in Split 2. There's a real reason he ended up winning that overall MVP, and that continued a lot through the regular season we saw this time around, and even a bit into the playoffs. This was Cream stepping up and doing well for himself in his individual lane. As we said, 369, he wasn't massively far ahead, but never fell behind, and Jackie Love was super good in this one, and then it wasn't even Kanavi being leaned upon once we got into the skirmishes and team fights. Instead, it was Hung having a few really big pop blossoms, finding massive moments for his team, and it meant that Kanavi's just able to do his thing. He was still good in this game, but he didn't have to put the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Been, pretty good stuff from basically everybody on TES, and for IG, again, just big question marks all throughout. Obviously, they got that one big shutdown onto Jackie Love in the mid lane. I feel like they had some interesting finds here, but they just never really got off and running, and we'll talk about the draft and everything like that once we get a little bit deeper into this post-game segment here, Alk. But as we wait our player of the game, IG just really not looking up
to me, Jackie.
So far.
Just give me the Jackie Love MVP. What?
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Disagree, but
he was
whatever.
fine. He was all right.
Yeah, he was all right. He got work done in the mid game. We were talking about it was a little bit of a slower start to this series, at least for Top Esports, but I think the biggest difference between Top Esports and BLG is that BLG are really dominant in the laning phase, and Top Esports tried to pigeonhole a lot of their gold leads into one specific player. So for IG, laning hasn't been their strength throughout the year. Wasn't expecting that to be the case. It was all about the mid game and the late game for them, but this game was more of the same of what we got in the most recent best of fives.
Still a lot to keep an eye out here for on Top Esports' side. But as we look forward to what IG can do going forward in the rest of the series, let's start things off here, Alk, by breaking down the draft of this Game 1, because now that we are in a true Fearless format, even the first game draft is going to have very heavy impact on to what we end up seeing for the remainder of this series. And we got some really big power picks taken off the board. I was a little bit surprised by the B1 Orianna, but not as surprised by what Top Esports were able to lock in next. The fact that they got Kais and Nico bot lane here on 2-3 was a very big win for them.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because there's a lot to break down here. Cubby made a note about B1 Orianna. I think that'll be an important champion as the series goes on, taking away from Rookie. That first note there, red side bans. We've been seeing this across the board in the LPL and in the LCK. Yunara, Azir, Kiana. How that ends up breaking up is going to be really interesting, considering both of these teams really rely on Yunara and Azir in some of those other games that we saw from them throughout playoffs. And then things like the Poppy going away, like that's a really big champion for Wei and something that Top Esports have not at all been prioritizing since the end of Split 2. Pantheon and Nico on blue side I think is insane to have in a Game 1 here. So yeah. These champions no longer here in Fearless. Alistar and Kaisar are the last couple champions I would have noted. I'm kind of perplexed as to how we got to this answer for IG and what they're going to be looking like in Game 2, considering they're probably going to be moving over to blue side.
I think also it's worth noting what IG played and lost with, right? The Alistars looked really good. The fact that you lose here with Rookie on the rise, that's something that he's been really nice on throughout both the regular season and the playoffs. And then also the Rumble. Yeah, this is Rumble where it's had a little bit of a chunk taken out of it, right? It's not quite as good as it was previously, but it's still one of the highest priority champions in the entire game. And you just lose. You don't get anything going with any of these champions. This is a lot of the highest priority stuff gone. This is some of the best champions of the game gone. Can you make it work now with some of this just straight up off of the board?
It was interesting to hear during the draft of game number 1, Cubby was on the support pick for IG, thinking about, logical answers to the Nico, like a Karma, like a Rel, but going for the Alistar instead, one of Mako's most played champions throughout the entirety of Split 3, where he's looked so good all year, all split long. So seeing them go for that choice and leaving some big, powerful picks unable to be selected for the remainder of the series is definitely something we're going to have to watch out for on IG's side. We have a couple of clips that we want to break down just to kind of fully demonstrate what's going on. But before we do that, we have just a screenshot of what the game state was looking like about 15 minutes into the game. This was pretty incredible to see, and it kind of goes back to our point blocks there of it was not all Kanavi in the early game. A lot of the other laners really stepped up, notably Cream and Jackie Love.
Yeah, this is taken just after the point at which Kanavi does get a little bit involved and helps out with getting a couple of kills over onto Jackie Love, but he'd been able to establish himself as CS lead without really the input of anybody else, kind of just in the individual 1v1. We saw the supports both moving away from the bot lane a little bit to get involved elsewhere, look if they could maybe get things going. Straight up in a 1v1, he was just able to get himself out to a 20-25, getting on to 30 CS lead. Then you get a couple of kills, and so at 15 minutes into the game, TES, they're in an incredibly comfortable position.
Just so much gold in Jackie Love's hands. Like we blinked and we looked at the gold diff, and it was already 1,000 in favor of the Kai'Sa, and he didn't even have a kill at that point. And obviously the snowball continued to roll. And it got to the point, as we pull up our first clip, Alk, that the fights weren't really the best setups for top esports, but they just won them anyway because of the wallet diff.
I mean, this right here, like, we're really over chasing to get this one kill on a Jackie Love who still has ultimate, still has flash. And while we were talking about at that 15-minute mark the fact that they had these pretty decent gold leads for themselves from the laning phase, I think ultimately what we saw in this game was top esports had a lot of great tools for them to make plays. IG had losing lanes from the jump and then had to be able to fight back from disadvantaged map states. This is basically IG playing the game on hard mode a lot of the times. And I think also I will note, we talked about the Shy being a decent tank player throughout this year, but even on the Rumble this time around, obviously a flip and inversion of that kind of stereotype. I don't know what the Shy was doing in some of these plays. Like, he's too far up on the bottom lane wave, so he gets caught, so he has to lose his flash. He then dies here where he's going a little too far up on the bottom lane wave. Like, the Shy maybe thinking he has to squeeze a little bit more because the other side of the map isn't working, but it just means that the rest of all of top esports just get to take whatever they want.
It's a big win for them, and I feel like, you know, you see initially Jackie Love get chunked out, forced back underneath the tower. We see like a kind of a whiffed ulti on Kanavi's side, and after you see some of those big cooldowns utilized, if you're top esports, for me, I was thinking like this is a bad idea, right? To go back in and try to continue the aggression against IG, but they just were able to mechanically play it a little bit better. They were able to give Jackie Love a bunch of kills, and somehow ends up working for them, and they really never looked back here, Blockster. We have one more clip to show of just the final fight here. I love Nico support, and this was just a vintage classic performance from Hong.
Yeah, I mean, Hong made one mistake, really, in this game, and everything else was gorgeous. This Pop Blossom lands onto 4 members.
That's tough.
And it's just the immediate go button. Of course, at this point in the game, you're already down by about 8,000 gold, so it makes things a little bit easier, right? You can slap people around a little bit with your wallet, but he was a big part of why they were able to win, and I just love the fact that we're seeing everybody from TES step up in this situation. I do feel like this game did kind of show us why TES weren't able to beat BLG in their 2 best-of-5s. They were making some macro mistakes. They were overchasing in certain situations, but because their laners are not just better in this situation, like they ended up losing out to BLG for, they're able to fight it back. For IG, I think if they want to win this next one, they're going to have to fight back in the laning phase, because they aren't showing us that their team fights or their macro's good enough to scam back for any big deficit.
If I'm praying for an IG lane win, we might as well just pack up. I'll go get the clown makeup ready for tomorrow, guys.
You're gonna wear it again while you're on the cast tomorrow? Is that?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna keep asking, and if IG end up playing in that game on Saturday, I know you're on the desk again. We might have to get that work in here. We have a little bit of time, so I just want to focus back on, you know, our big discussion at the start of the series was the bot lanes, right? Jackie Love getting a chance to make it back to Worlds, right? And Gala, who's been playing some of the best League of Legends that he's played in a while. To me, the biggest reasons as to why that was happening were their supports, right? Mako was a top 2 support in the league, as was Hong. And those were 2 names that we definitely were not thinking very highly of going into the start of split number 3. You know, when we were thinking about
good supports. You know, players like Kyle immediately came to mind. I mean, for me, I would have thrown players like Jue and even Vampire in the support pool before a guy like Hong. And that he has definitely proved us wrong. I feel like I know that JackeyLove got a lot of kills. Kanavi won the player of the game, but for me, off that performance, Hulk, I would have given that MVP to Hong on the Nico for just his.
That's
really
why we're
nice
here,
engagements.
and we're not over in China right now.
That's true.
We
we don't have a vote. We don't have a vote. So it's just my.
That is also very,
spelling.
very valid. What I was gonna say is that Hong has definitely stepped up, right? Like, the one thing that I would have put against him, especially we saw exposed in the BLG series, both in winners finals and in the grand finals, his support pool is pretty limited. So now we have no Nico, which is a champion that he wasn't even allowed to play during that either best of 5 there. We have Alistar gone now. So what is the support matchup going to look like as we get further? I think teams so far have been incentivized to say, okay, if you're going for one support, are we actually willing to either make the trade or opt into an enchanter, which is something that I know that was noted during the cast when we were getting into draft. They were talking about Ezreal Karma. Now that pair is potentially broken up. Karma hasn't been picked yet. Neither has Ezreal. I think both teams could potentially rely on this as something that gets them through and maybe gives them a engaged style champion like a Rel, a Leona, a Rakan if we go later in the series.
That's always a big conversation. I think the champion pools of both the supports were always something that we kind of had our eyes on going into this one. Obviously, the Alistar very important here for Mako specifically. That's going to be off the board. Nico for Hong now off the board as well. Draft specifically, Blockster, as we head into game number 2. IG most likely going to be taking a blue side here, getting that first pick. Is there anything that you hope that they do, either in terms of the composition that they select or even their playstyle going into an attempt to try to bounce back here against Top Esports?
You know, as I'm sure anybody could tell from Alk's face when I was like, let's get lane wins from IG, I'd love to see them just draft a bunch of winning lanes. I don't know that's super realistic for the way that IG play. I don't know that's a way that they can really try play this one out. I'd like to see slightly more aggression up in the top lane, I think. Specifically, just try to get yourself some kind of lead for the Shy. We've seen how much he can pop off. The Aatrox is something that's been floating around. A lot of the top lane players have been loving it. It's something he's been really good on as well. I wouldn't mind seeing him on something like the Aurora or the Jace as well. These champions just keep popping up, and he does really well on them. I think if you can get yourself a little bit more of a win through the top lane, it just evens out in maybe you're not feeling like your bot lane's going to be able to pop off. And I don't think that's necessarily so much of an issue during the individual laning phase, right? We've seen a lot of really good performances from Gala on champions that scale a lot more, that are not so good in the early game. If you focus your early game top side and give some time bot lane for Gala to scale up on something like a Sivir, a Yunara, something like that potentially, that could be a way into this game. Still, the way that the previous game went, I'm not super sure that that's going to be a massively realistic way of playing the game.
Yeah. Also, Sivir also got banned in the last one, so I'm just like,
what's
happening? Top Esports didn't even let themselves get Sivir in their grand finals versus BLG, which I thought was something that we had kind of looked forward to, but who knows? Maybe.
Invictus Gaming gonna have to bounce back as they got handled pretty nicely by Top Esports in that first game. Before we throw it on to our casters for Game 2, I want to give a quick shout out to everybody watching and also specifically to our coffee members. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member, as it is the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to Coffee is linked into our chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. If you got those two guys up on your screen in just a few short moments, the draft for game number 2 of Top Esports at IG is up next. Let's send things over to Yanni and Cubby for the call.
Welcome back, everybody, to the caster desk. Big shout out to our coffee supporters, as we were just giving that shout out. Thank you guys so much for everything. You've been great to us this entire year.
I gotta say, Yanni, when it comes to coffee supporters, they really are the wake-up call that me and so many others need when doing these late nights. As I can't think of a better wake-up call to really have for the LPL as a whole, and also just overall, because there's really nothing that wakes you up more as an LPL fan than purely coffee and nothing else, right?
Yeah. How many beans you put in that coffee, by the way? 4?
Huh?
Okay, 4 beans in the coffee?
4 beans?
Yeah.
Well, I had 5, but then 1 was too expensive, so I had to ship him off to this Hanwha place. But anyway, we'll stop with the jokes there. Anyway, let's dive into the draft. We got IG versus Top Esports Game 2 coming up. Look, I think looking back, some hindsight, we were talking in the break throughout that game, Yanni. I felt like that draft from IG was kind of abysmal. I also felt like the play from IG was a bit abysmal in that first game, as Top Esports really had their way with them. There's really no other way around it. That said, we're going to learn a little bit. We have a side swap coming in. We had the same bans remaining for red side. The same exact bans that IG took away from Top Esports. We did have IG change out their bans a little bit as they take the Sivir but give away the very lethal combo of Annie plus Wukong that a lot of teams have worked to deny. As it has been a lot of Annie Wukong being split up throughout the playoffs, as I think teams really figured out this was an OP combo.
Yeah. And I gotta be honest, I really dislike Sivir as a first pick. I think Sivir is generically pretty good, right? She brings a lot to a lot of team comps, but this also shouts, hey, we want to run at you, right? And Top Esports respond in kind and say, we're going to take 2 of the best run at you champions away from you, right? And you still have this snap engage. You're still going to be in positions where Annie can stun you up. So now with IG, with their next 2 picks, they're drafting, this Rakan to get some CC, and the Galio, it's defensive, right? This means that you're going to need the Shy or Wei on a major carry this game. We've seen in the past, solo Sivir comps are not the way to win games.
That said, I mean, if you're going to be one Sivir, I think putting Galio around it is very good. Having that AoE taunt, as you highlighted, I mean, that's what Sivir needs. Galio to really help, because she can supply a lot of damage. So, that said, do have a top side locked in for Top Esports, whereas IG did lock in their bot lane. So they get to throw out a few more bans to try and protect Sivir. I'm curious if we see a Caitlyn ban. I would really like a Caitlyn lane from Jackulov and Top in this setup. I know that hasn't exactly been a go-to for Top, but we have seen Elkanon play that to great success. And I like Caitlyn into stuff like Galio, especially. I think that your ability to chain traps with Wukong Annie is already actually okay/decent. And a lot of the times, like, yes, Sivir, if you can hit the tanks, the ricochets can do enough damage to melt a team. But Caitlyn has like 150 range advantage on your way around the game. And those headshots, it can't spell shield those. So I kind of like Caitlyn. And think that some of the answers that Caitlyn, or pairings that Kate plays well with, like in Elise, like a Nautilus, or maybe even a Braum this game, could play well into what IG is showing. But yeah, I mean, we did see Sivir completely denied in the Top versus BLG series. So interesting to see yet again here Gala deny that from Jackulov. I gotta say, Jackulov has been the best Sivir in the league, so I feel like it's quite deserved. But Jackulov, he gets his choice of champion, and yeah, we talked about Caitlyn range with the 650 auto attack. Why not take the 1k range of a Mystic Shot and use that to play into Sivir?
So much effective range, and not only that, when you talk about pairings for this, for that Caitlyn, one pairing that I thought would actually be pretty good in this scenario is Karma, because Karma essentially becomes your Sivir champion, right? Where you get to go and drop your ultimate to speed up the rest of your team. It provides the same ability as Sivir, right? Where you get to go and speed these guys up. We're going to get a Xin Zhao coming through 4-way, the Xin Zhao Galio combo, a pretty strong one, but the fact that Xin is going to be in the face of this, a potential low-range Annie stun, this Wukong, this Ambessa, I do not think bodes well.
Look, the reason I'm cringing in the cam is the fact that I think you're right. I think that Karma just comes right on through.
Oh, yeah.
And Karma thematically really counters what we have cooking here for IG, but we see a Camille locked in.
Whoa.
Fans of the audience, they're thrilled about this one because Camille, it does bring that guaranteed lockdown with the Hextech ultimatum into that, Galio ult. So I think that this is interesting from IG because Camille has really fallen off in priority just because without the Divine Sunder, the power of her Qs, it's just been nerfed a little bit too much. But I think her kit's still crazy. It's just that her numbers aren't good enough. We're going to have to see if the Shy is able to use this kit because this is one of the champions that, I mean, when Kleptomancy was in the game and the Shy was picking Camille and just taking Klepto on everything, this is one of the champs that he really started to make a name off of himself, where eventually it was Ning, I believe, who played this so well on IG's run with Jackulov out of the jungle.
I have
Level 2
I have a
ganks,
card
very fun.
of that that's got a signature. It's Camille.
That's cool.
It's got a signature. It's pretty cool.
That
It's
is
got
cool,
the
but
IG skin and everything like that. And one other thing too, not only that, Cubby, it's the other carry in this comp that IG desperately needed. Now the problem that I have with this is that IG has not been a great laning team. And compared to what Top Esports can do, I'm worried that Top Esports is going to have the ability to put the Shy very far behind. And if the Shy makes a mistake or two, it could be a long time before he's relevant in this game. And he might not be relevant in this game until after the Nexus explodes.
So, going through some Camille picks, Sheer was the only top laner to play Camille in the LPL. And globally, I'm clicking around a little bit.
It's going to take you a while.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of Camille play overall. I mean, this has been a champion again that has really fallen out of the meta. This is a decent matchup into Ambessa. I like traditionally it is. So, yeah, but man, this is. I was not expecting to see this out of the Shy. He's rocking his skin. I don't know if this was his or if this was Duke's from their win, but he's rocking it, and we're gonna have to see what he can do.
We're going to get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of this Best of 5 series. IG are looking to give us a series in our hands, and Top Esports looking to go up 2-0 and march their way to the LPL's 3rd seed. I'm going to take a moment before we really dig into things to shout out our sponsor, prodiff, by the way. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, maybe like Kanavi or Jackie Love did in Game 1, you can take opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. No matter your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll be able to work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, the ERLs, or the LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching for the pros today at prodiff.gg by using code LPL10 at checkout. You'll save 10% and help support the LPL English broadcast.
So, notably, I think the only person that's really been playing Camille globally of note is Keen. Keen has actually played it in their last 2 series. Delight has played this at support too. But, again, Camille's kit is really, really strong. And they are playing this combo with Galio just to guarantee that you connect with that ultimate. Very good against a champion like Ezreal that is so slippery. If you connect that Hextech ultimatum, you cast the R, Ezreal can E-flash, and you still are going to eat the Hextech ultimatum. So, yeah, I kind of like this from IG because I really feel like the Ezreal Karma would have broken this comp and most of the answers that we would have seen from IG. But this is an interesting one just with the Camille to try and find that guaranteed execution later on. Use that to hopefully cash in.
And I'm looking to Rookie this game because his ultimate choices in these fights and his timings are going to be so important. This is a guy who, it seems though, for the last couple of years when the lights have shined brightest, he has not been able to get the job done. You saw earlier on, he had, 5 appearances in regional finals recently and hadn't really done anything. As you see, Wei flashing around this ward, looking to make a play onto Cream. I love this creative pathing, this creative idea as Rookie's going to walk up to him. We're still waiting for something to happen.
I mean, Wade's really taking his time
Here we go.
with this.
Flash for flash. Taunt is out. You have to sell out for this play. Shield is on. They get it done. Wade with the Triumph proc will walk out alive and with first blood.
Just barely Wei able to escape, and that time invested is time paid off, as you called out, Yanni. I mean, a pretty big investment coming out of Wei, but Rookie gets the wave in, and that's going to be a nice win for Rookie early on, where if you do get ahead on this Galio, trading out flash for flash like this, you can rinse and repeat against the Annie quite easily, especially pre-6. So, really curious if we do see IG and Wei try and punish that one again, whether it's him or Mako. Definitely going to have to be something to keep track of, as we do see the Shy taking advantage of that Wayne early on as Camille into Ambessa, trying to weave some of those grass procs in. It has a small lead up there, but we got to focus bot lane, and Regala is down. Already was forced taking early recall. He's down a level.
And he's got no barrier, too. He did use his spell shield. He's dancing around, trying to survive as best he can.
They won.
Jackie Love forced away, but he will fall. It ends up being a 1-for-1 when all's said and done. Great defense by IG.
The fact that that kill goes over to the Sivir, Jackie Love dies. He does have a TP, so we'll get back to this wave quicker, but that's a win for IG, and that's good defense. Does Mako pull this one off? He cast the recall afterwards. Yeah.
Oh, he does not.
No, he does not. Yeah. Well, that was a bit of a bummer for Mako, but I'd say overall defense for IG, I mean, they can live with that one. Gala didn't even burn his flash.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. And now his barrier is going to be back up shortly too, which means any play onto him is going to be much harder to execute. Now, for the bad news, Kanavi did get this kill. And we have seen Kanavi convert so many of his own early leads for his team. He's got his Sheen power spike. But so far, you cannot be upset the way the early game has gone if you're IG. Things are fine.
Yeah, definitely taken into account, of course, the Shy rocking Ning's skin. It wasn't him or Dukes. It was Aurelia and Fiora, as the Shy chose, or they chose those two. God, Camille Jungle was so frustrating back then. The level 2
really
ganks were
was.
so filthy. But they got that one out of the game. That was a little tough to play around.
Yeah, no. Nothing from multiple screens away. Maybe we'll see the Shy show up from multiple screens away and make a pretty big play. We do see some vision on the way here, which means Kanavi has free reign. And I actually really like the strategy that Wei elected to pull off with that flash in the mid lane, thinking about it more. If you can't interrupt Kanavi, make plays happen on your own while he's busy farming.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big champ for Kanavi, too. His Wukong. He has been a phenomenal Wukong player for years in the LPL. So, again, I think Wei getting active early mid was good, and a chance to rinse and repeat and Cream.
All right, here comes the taunt coming through. Tibbers isn't going to be able to save you, Cream. This is the second time they've come through in the mid lane, and the second time they've picked up a kill. Wei is 2-0.
That Cream is walking to ward, walked to the wrong side. Again, I want to credit Wei. He got around 2 wards on the bot side for top esports. That one of the Raptor existed beforehand for sure. He walked through River overall. I think the one in River is kind of fresh from top esports they dropped there. We can't quite see it on our screen. It looks fresh to me.
He did walk in one in bottom try, but it did expire shortly after. And probably thought he wasn't even around.
Yeah, and I mean, if that's the case, if they did see him in bot try, Cream walking to that side is very disrespectful being down flash. So, again, I think that if there is a weak point at top esports, it is not the newest member of Hong. It is the long-standing mid lane member in Cream. I really, really believe that this team goes as far as Cream will allow them to go. I do really like the fact that Cream, he had a good game 1. But we have seen, I mean, this was the Annie that he played in game 5 where he wasn't even able to connect his combos correctly, right? Like, we were throwing Tibbers out on guaranteed stuns instead of the Qs. Definitely some biffs that were made, specifically a play in the top lane in that game 5 where really looked to me like the nerves were getting to Cream. They were messing up basic combos on a champion like Annie is not what you want to see out of pro players. So, a chance for Cream to step up, but in the hole early on this one.
Yeah, and he's been so good on this champion this year too, right? And it's just so odd to see that, you know, when things are starting to turn up, the heat's starting to get cranked up, that he's been struggling a little bit.
Personally, I think that he hasn't been the best on Annie, but I think this pick is just good and also good for the team, which is undeniable.
That's true.
Because when you're not playing mid and your mid laner's playing Annie, I think that you're a pretty happy camper for the most part in a lot of games. And he does bring a lot to the table. Definitely been a strong champ this split.
You know, it also is good for the team, specifically IG's team, these grubs, right, that are coming up in 3 seconds. If you get grubs for the Shy, split push extraordinaire, this guy can go crazy in this game, make a lot of big plays. You can already see him going right after Jackie Love here. Does have the ultimate in the back pocket, but you're starting to see top esports moving around. He's taking a lot of damage on the way out. The rest of his team is not there to help him out, and now he's completely cut off. Meanwhile, these grubs have been started. IG, as a conglomerate, are there looking to secure all 3.
I mean, I know that the desk, I think, properly called out the Shy for being a little bit too far forward at times, but sometimes you just have to let the Shy cook, because he pretty much just traded out half his health bar there for free grubs, and he will be able to at least hopefully get most of this bot lane. I would have liked to see IG pull off a better rotation where they actually sent Rookie bot maybe with the TP, and then put the Shy top and put the bot lane mid. I think that top would have been forced to respond. If not, Sivir just kind of gets to delete waves and free farm. They decided to respond to top instead. So they're going to lose out a little bit on bot side, which kind of just gets 369 back into the matchup. But That can be a dangerous one. So the Shy definitely sacrificing the individual lead he had there to make sure that his team does get the 3 grubs pretty easily.
And it also puts him in the straight-up 1v1 against 369 as opposed to the 2v1 of Ezreal and Karma, which can make it really difficult to farm. So I can understand the sentiment there. You're going to have a much easier time if the IG bot lane is matching that. So far, we're getting toward about the 10-minute mark here. And just before we were going to go take stock, it's Wei potentially looking to make a play here. And it's a good amount of wave clear coming out of the top esports bot lane.
You know, I think overall, when you're playing like Xin Zhao, Galio in a draft like this, you are kind of the bridge to get Camille, get Sivir in the game, right? We do have to give credit over to Rookie and Away, who, with those 2 kills on the Cream, they've done a nice job of giving IG a bit of an early lead. I think that when you have a comp with Sivir, like this has gotten them a little bit of breathing room on the map. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
As Gala, he proactively spell shielded the R, and then had to reactively flash. He didn't have that one available, so that's a big cooldown gone. But, oh, and double TP is used from IG. That's going to hurt the Dragon take.
Yeah.
As
I don't
Top
think
should
they're
be
overly
able to
concerned
reset
about it.
before that.
Yeah, let him have it. Why not, right? Because you are just looking for the Shy and Gala to scale up. I think that at this early point in the game, you know, don't interest yourself with these dragons, right? And later on, when your guys get strong and you can fight on spikes, that's when it's time to worry about these dragons.
Maybe, I mean, Rookie's pretty strong right now. And also there's a Sundered Sky in my Xin Zhao. It is. We're gonna, like, we'll see. I think that there is a little bit of
I should say it's Galio. Maybe not that it's Rookie play. It's Galio, right? Where you really are just waiting for this Camille. You're waiting for this Sivir. You want to give them as much time as possible. They are the focal points of this comp to be able to carry IG and convert the early game, I think, that Wei and Rookie have opened up for these guys.
Hong might be baiting this. As, yeah, he sees something coming.
Looks like
and
he is.
Wei's going to send it, but Kanavi's up a level.
And he's going to get rooted on the backside.
Oh,
now they're going to turn it around. It's a 3v2, but here comes Rookie for the knockups. Now, Kanavi not going to get his, but Cream off to the side. Burns his flash to pick up the first kill. Now Rookie's got to get out. So does Wei. The flash is there, but he can't escape either as Gala is on the hunt, but he's the one being hunted. He's got to try to run away, get back to his turret. Kanavi wants at least a little bit of damage to force him away. And it's Top Esports picking up 2 with a Dragon in 25 seconds.
I mean, that play just wasn't there by Wei. I did not see what IG saw there. As that was a very, very aggressive play. A big overextension that might get punished even more.
And Rookie's on an island.
He gets one.
Hang on. He went in on Hong, and he's able to get the kill on top of him. He will die on the backside. It'll be a 3rd kill for Kanavi. This Trinity Force already in the back pocket.
Unironically, because these plays took so long, I think that there is a case where IG still might be able to sneak the Dragon in because Top Esports might need a base, but no, they're going to rip it now. I guess Cream has enough mid-prio, and they've taken out enough members. I mean, they see Wei doing the Krugs, so that will be the Dragon taken for top, the 2nd Drake of the game. But yeah, I mean, this was way too deep. I thought it was very clear to me that Hong knew what was going on and was baiting this, and IG just played right into the hands of Top Esports. Good TP from Cream. I don't think he needs to blow Tibbers there. I think you can flash QW and save Tibbers to be more impactful later on. But yeah, they're able to get the chase. They find Rookie in the back half, and that was just a big overreach by IG. That play was not there. They forced it anyway when Top snuffed it out, and yeah, they had a great response.
I think this is a byproduct of the early lead that they had, right? Wei said, hey guys, I'm really, really strong right now. We're in a good spot. We can win these fights. But again, I just feel like it's a scenario that you don't need to. You don't have to fight there. That's your comp is meant to get this Camille, get this Sivir online. Let them scale. Do not fight. Do not let Top Esports get the gold lead. We know what they are able to do in the mid game when they've been down early. They've had mid games where they're able to weather the storm at times and turn it around. Against some of the better teams like BLG, they weren't able to do so. But against a team like IG, who from what we've seen in the playoffs are so different from the IG that was in the Split 3 regular season, this is comebackable for TES very easily.
Yeah, I mean, those mistakes by IG already gave a lot of gold over to Kanavi, who is now 3-0-1 after being downed away, who made the first 2 very positive plays of this game in favor of IG. That Wukong is fully online. Yeah, and once Wukong gets going, you do not look back in the game. You just keep on doing more and more damage, become more and more of a nuisance, and this is Kanavi on one of his champions. I always associate Wukong with Kanavi, even going back to when he won his very first LPL championship with the likes of JDG going way back. As Kanavi, this is why Annie Wukong can be very scary. It is not difficult to line up these big stuns into these big cyclones, these big true shot barrages, and really mess with what IG can do. So I think it's going to be very key that Rookie is able to play a good interruption, as that's kind of his role, disrupting the combos coming out. And I think that IG needs to keep on scaling up to kind of tank the combos we're seeing as Cream. For the love of God, can we lead with a Q or a W? Or...
You know, I think I'm starting to see what you're seeing, my friend. This
oh, my dear Lord,
ideal.
man.
Kanavi's on vision as well. Now, the good news for Top Esports is they don't have to stop what they're doing here. It looks like they are sending in their backs. They're getting the Jackie Love TP in the mid lane while this Herald is up. So IG will have first opportunity to take it, and it looks like they're going to start it up.
I think if LS was watching Cream's Annie play, he would probably turn off the co-stream over the last few weeks. It's definitely not endorsed by me or anyone. That said, it's going to be Rift Herald going over. That's a big ult going sideways. And, of course, Top Esports, they've been playing around those Dragon windows. Likely to hopefully set up another one for them as they could secure a soul point here. And a powerful soul at that, as Mountain Soul is on the Rift.
Oh, yeah. Big one to watch out for. Seeing IG head up to the top side, immediately going to use this Rift Herald. I like it. It's for gold on the Shy. It's for a little bit of extra gold on the way as well. Get this push in, make things happen, get gold onto your carries, good things will happen.
They first brick too. Not that it matters, as feats were already secured by Top Esports, but... Oh, no, sorry, that first brick did matter. Sorry, that got IG, yeah, my bad. That did get IG feats, so
they were
really
up 3-1 in this
Herald
game.
drop there.
Keep that in mind, they were up 3-1.
I was looking at the flowers, and I was missing the boot icons, and...
True.
Caster diff. Anyway, moving forward.
There's only one person that has it upgraded, so, you know.
Yeah, moving forward. We've got IE coming in next for Gala. And Top Esports trying to take control of this bot side jungle of IG a minute before Dragon spawns. A Mountain Soul, one of the more powerful souls you can land. I think that if you allow for IG to stack up 2-3 Mountain Dragons, for me, that's a little bit more concerning on the side of Top Esports. I think that IG actually have some ways to try and defend against it, even if it's tough.
Well, Rookie's in trouble. That public execution, he's forced to flash, but Cream used the Q, learning from his mistakes, and it means that Top Esports get the kill on the top side. 20 seconds until the Dragon is up, Rookie won't be up. It's a 10-second difference.
Oh, how hard was that, Cream? The point and click, I thought I saw Rookie's flash come just off cooldown as he used it later on. And he gets 100-0. He only lost his flash. He can TP and actually be able to interact with this fight if he wants it. So I think so. Frankly,
I think you have to.
No, I think it's an IG win because you used 2 pretty big cooldowns there. It's Top Esports to just get the kill. IG lost nothing. So I actually really favor IG's Dragon now. It's a harder setup, but I think Top Esports, their only defense is try and burst it down now, which they are doing. They pulled it down to the bot side. This is the right call for them. This is their best play.
7,000, 6,000.
It is tough to walk through as.
Way. Looking for Hong. Hong was forced to flash the quickness. Isn't going to get anything.
They got him off. They got him off.
So Mako has no ultimate. Here we go, over on the side. The Shy, with that ultimate coming through, has Rookie to help him out, but he will fall. Gala and Wei just can't do anything. Gala's too far away. Wei is too low. He's dead. Mako getting eaten alive by 369. And Top Esports take a convincing fight win.
The idea of the Camille Galio
they might take Gala
is...
too.
Oh, wait!
They are going to take Gala too. Cream drops the bear down once again.
And the idea of Camille Galio is to buy space for Sivir. That fight was taken too deep. Gala was not able to walk up, was not able to auto, goes down in the back half, and that is a huge loss for IG. As sole point for Top Esports and a 3K gold lead, that's a significant advantage.
Cubby, it goes back to IG's problems when it comes to team fights. They're just too split up. I mean, Mako's engage there was just not it. He couldn't get anybody with that Rakan ultimate. Look at it early on. You lose out on all that value, and then later on, Gala, he just can't step up.
The Gala point's so good. The Shy got stuck here as they're way too far up, and I mean, I think they kind of have to try and help out the Shy. 369 does a nice job of zoning, but how many auto attacks does Gala get off? I saw one. That's it. Wow. I mean, again, just IG way too far forward for what Sivir needs. They kind of want to bait Top Esports in so they can fight around Sivir's 500 range. If you're extending away from a Sivir like that, and then also making these mistakes later on, as I guess he needed the flash that Tibbers was just in range. He dropped the barrier, and that wasn't enough. But I mean, that's a huge loss because now you're staring down Mountain Soul for the enemy team whenever. And like
Top Esports, they're just so strong right now, right? Like
that's not good.
Is online on their item spikes right now. They have the opportunity to pull away from the game here. And it looks like they just might. We have Otacon coming up shortly on the bottom side. Multiple members of Top Esports, 4 of them, in fact, in a dead sprint to this to secure all the vision. Maybe even just start this up.
Deep breath here for both teams. I think this is going to be a very tough one for IG, as Kanavi just seems way too big right now.
Yeah. It's still possible, but it's going to be hard.
Just the zone control that Top Esports has, the threat of Jaculov holding onto these red buffs and the poke that he's been dishing out, it's been really big. So far, I mean, IG, they're kind of relegated to playing this one through the lane. The Shy is going to fix mid. He does have TP to join as they spot the Otacon a little low, but not low enough for Top Esports to realistically threaten. And I think Top is going to continue to play on their vision and play around the Ezreal to kind of be pokey around this, because they do have a range advantage against IG, who really need to have better ults than what we saw from them to close the gap and find a more cohesive fight.
Otacon going to reset, and honestly, I think this is good for IG, right? I think any time that they have between now and this Dragon to try to come back in this game, try to get gold on their major carries is good. We're still waiting for Gala to pick up his Infinity Edge. Maybe we'll see a scenario where in 2.5 minutes, this Otacon is still standing and Wei has to give his life for the Dragon, and then this Otacon might go down, but who knows? We could see it started up right now because everybody backed. We're already seeing teleports having to get forced out. Now it's just Mako's spellbook teleport, but it is relevant. So Otacon has once again been started. Gala is still not there, but he's starting to link up with the team as his Otacon dropping below 7,000 HP. We're starting to see Top Esports move up toward the Shy as he's off vision. They know he's coming. Cream is looking to meet him. 4,000 HP and dropping. 2 members are going to meet the Shy. He's sequestered off. Nobody there to save him. And he is going to die to Cream. Here we go. It's a 4v3, but the rest of the members are coming through. Who's going to secure the Otacon? It's taken by IG. But how much will they lose? They lose Wei. They lose Mako. Rookie and Gala in a dead sprint back to their turret, trying to get away, and it looks like they will.
I mean, the Shy just walked right into the trap the Top Esports laid. Again, props to Top for having a very nice setup from top to bottom there. And the Shy, you just got to take the long way around that. I know that, you know, time is kind of the essence, but you have tough. TP. You could join your team, too. I just think that he made the worst possible decision and missed the hook shot on the way out. Meanwhile, very clutch away to snipe away that Otacon. I'm wondering if we get a second look to see exactly how he was able to take that one down. But, so, I mean, the damage was done. And not a lot of flowers were picked up there. They're only at 25. It's not a really big advantage. Again, I mean, it's like they're putting out candy for Hansel and Gretel here to find the witch. And Cream is waiting to make sure that the children's tale ends his way and not the one that it actually goes, where he ends up in the gray screen. As easily finds the Shy with that bait. A nice little ward cookie. Wait out for him.
115.
And 115. Smite just a little bit off there from Kanavi, who was trying to spin the win. Wasn't able to connect that one. Smited a little bit early. I think sometimes the best junglers in the world, they smite early and combine it with damage. Sometimes they're able to see damage outside of their own. A little bit premature there from Kanavi, who, to be fair, it went from 1750 to 115. So I think he had an idea of to combine it with damage, but just wasn't there. As what is there is a Mountain Soul that could be available here in 10 seconds for Top Esports.
Looming.
And their control, again, is impeccable.
Yeah, they are just so far ahead at this point. And when they've gotten the lead in these games, they have not let it go. They play so tightly when they have their advantages. We'll see if there's anything IG can do. We have yet to see them put together a cohesive fight, and Mako is dead. Your engaged tool walks in blindly. He's not tanky. He goes down, and now IG, Wei, you have to do it again. You have to sell out to take away this dragon, to give your team a fighting chance in this game. Gala popping his ultimate, way down to half HP, using his ultimate to stay alive, but this dragon's not falling fast enough, and now the fight starts in earnest, but the Shy will get a kill on the backside, but he'll fall himself. Mountain Soul secured for Top Esports, and that means IG has no damage left to chew through those health bars. Rookie, this is the only one alive.
This is looking like a 3-0, man. I don't know what else to say. IG is super disconnected. Like, for me, what really made this team good, made them the second seed that we had throughout the regular season, was how well Mako was playing. I really felt like Mako was back to being the support that runs this league, and Mako and Wei have just not been connected at all today. Getting outplayed heavily by Kanavi and Hong, and I mean, you're right, Yanni. Like, this is the most valuable, like, banana brush I've seen. Like, why are we walking up to that? When
it's just another fight where Mako can't do anything.
It's the wrong member to walk up to. Like, if you're going to have anyone face check it, send the Galio. Send the Zins out. Do not send the Rakan who gets one shot. And then the fight, I mean, I think Wei and Rookie at least try and get creative. They do their best. Cream's no flash. They take him out early. They actually get on. Yeah, I mean, they get on the Jaculov. It's not enough. There is no smite available. So Kanavi, who I think missmited it, might have hit a member or someone, was just able to take it out in the end. But Dragon was at least flippable, as Baron is not flippable, because we get back into the, out of the replay. Top Esports, they're securing the Baron, and honestly just a few steps away from securing this game. I know they have a lot of turrets to get through, but this feels like an insurmountable lead.
I agree with you, Cubby. And I think that if IG, you know, their major players, Gala and the Shy, even get to their third items, it's not going to matter. Top Esports, the rest of the members are just going to be too strong. They might not have the scaling that IG does, but Ezreal has a decent amount of damage. And the Shy is getting desperate at this point. He's dropping his ultimate down. We're just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. And right now, IG's hit the wall, and they are knocked out by it. Top Esports has run them over in the first game, has run them over here in game 2.
There's no Galio ults available. Rookie has it up now. Didn't have it up for the fight. Could not combine to get into the fight for his team. As 369 on this Ambessa has just been running through these fights for IG. This Ambessa has been doing some serious work, and Top Esports doing some serious work in the series. They're going to come out to a very commanding 2-0 lead.
These teams are who we thought they were, Cubby. Top Esports, very much the team that we saw take BLG to 5 twice, and IG very much the team that got skunked by AL in the lower second round. Top Esports up 2-0.
Okay, I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed from IG too. Like, this was the second best team that we had in the regular season. This was a team I was really hoping to make Worlds. Like, sincerely, I want this team at Worlds. I think that
they should.
Like, a lot of the times, their late game team fighting is legit. They have pedigree in the members. I thought Mako has been having just a fantastic split. He's been having a stinker today, the same as playoffs. And, you know, this is not the team that I thought they were. I really felt like going into playoffs, IG was a better team. I really felt like they could take down the BOGs and the ALs and the Top Esports. But, man, and they're looking, if they don't win the series, if they miss Worlds, they can't do anything but blame themselves. They lost a series against the two teams that are repping the LPL at Worlds, and if they lose this, Top Esports are going to be repping the LPL at Worlds too, and they're just going to have to wait the winners of JDG and Weibo and await T1 and Faker, who will be seeing them as that LCK 4 seed to play the LPL 4 seed. And that's not a world you want to be in. As history says, it's not very good if you're an LPL team.
No, you saw the records earlier. They were pretty poor, Cubby, and at this point, we have to wonder if this IG team that was built to win titles in the LPL that has failed to do so in 2025, this team that was built to go to Worlds that might be staring at the 4th seed, we have to wonder if the play-ins are good enough for them to consider it a one season. We're going to go ahead and kick it back to the desk as they review Game 2 and what went well and what did not.
Thank you very much, Yanni, and man, it has been a bit of a stomp so far in this best of 5. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Grapes, Alk, and Bloxer here to break that one down. And gentlemen, it might be time for an early night. I know us on the on the NA side of things, the way the series is going, might be time to go upstairs after this game, start making the bed, get the pillows all fluffed up, because it's been pretty sleeper. It's been ready to get some rest in at this point. It's been all top esports so far.
God damn it, man! We're gonna lose! We're gonna go 0-6 in our last 2 series. 0 life versus anyone's legend. Look, it happens. We get stomped by BLG, whatever. We're looking at this post-game like, cool, there was not enough moments here. This IG team, I don't know what is going on, but we're not on the same page. We're not pressing buttons and clicking at the same time as 5. It just feels like whatever happened between the end of the regular season, where they barely eked out a 2-0 victory over BLG, and then we go into playoffs. We have a 3-0 versus EDG, but I think the scoreline lies there, and EDG actually played a pretty decent series, even with a bad score. They go to 4 up against BLG, but get slapped for almost all 4 games. Like, where is my circus? What happened to my monkeys?
It's rough out there. You're right. Something happened. Something happened between the end of regular season and the playoffs, because the source that this team had just isn't there. I think Cubby was highlighting it really well during the cast, right? This team used to be really fun in the macro. They used to team fight late game really well. Yeah, maybe they'd fall behind early game, but it didn't matter. They could come back from any deficit. 12k, 13k, 15, doesn't matter. They can come back. That's just no longer the case. This team falls behind early and then never pulled it back. And in this game, I mean, it was particularly egregious because they didn't fall behind early. The first 3 kills go on to exactly who you want those kills to be on, and then they just make the wackest decision ever. Make a dive happen that just should never have happened. You're like, what are you doing? Why? Why are you there? Why are you playing it like this? You have the lead. Just play sensible, and they just couldn't.
We had, I think the highlight of this series, or this game, I should say, right here for IG, where Wei was able to steal away the Otacon on a flip, and we're like, okay, maybe something's going to happen, but then remember, the Shy died like 5 minutes ago before in the topside river.
What did
they end up
doing?
Losing the rest of that fight, and yeah, I think the big story, Cubby highlighted it a little bit at the end of this game. This has not been a great performance here from Mako. This guy has been so consistent from IG, this split specifically, and has not come to play, at least so far, in these first 2 games.
I don't know what's going on, guys. Like, here, we never truly got a real Galio-Camille combo. Even the one that happens a little bit before this, where we're playing into the river entrance, Gala's never hitting. We're never putting damage. And Nymera actually tweeted and showed the stat. The last time that the Shy played this champion was 2019. So, I'm not going to say that they probably haven't been practicing a little bit of Camille. Camille has been getting a fair amount of play as an Mbessa counter, but I don't even think that 369 was put under very much stress here in this game. MVP can really go to whoever on Top Esports. Top Esports fan here, disappointed. Top Esports, or Invictus Gaming fan, incredibly disappointed, because if this is the way that Top Esports gets to qualify into Worlds, it's kind of a softball. Like, I think they would much rather have one where they're a little bit more tested. Obviously, a free bag is going to be a free bag. You'll go to Worlds as the 3rd seed. That's nice. You'll get to dodge out and potentially having to play against T1, but I'm just so disgusted today.
Bro. And it's getting to the point where you're looking at IG, and you're thinking, okay. JDG, Weibo, whoever wins between those two, like, are you sure you're going to win that matchup? Are you sure you're going to qualify for Worlds? And if you do, if you somehow beat whoever wins tomorrow, do you beat T1? Really? Do you really think this IG is going to beat T1 and get themselves an actual world spot in the main stage? I don't know about that one, Chief.
Nope.
I mean, it was certainly the expectation by most of us here on LPL English that regardless of who wins this series, whoever loses this best of 5 between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming likely would be the favorite to make it at least into that Worlds play-in stage against T1. But all of a sudden, the way IG are playing, suddenly that has to be put into question a little bit. And I know you had IG making it to the finals of LPL. If they don't make it to the finals of, this regional finals and everything like that, I mean, screw the clown makeup. You might have to put the full wig on. You might need the nose, the big shoes, the frilly lacy bit on the neck. Like, I mean, we might have to get the whole costume ready for you.
I think so. I don't know what happened. I'm like, we're going into the season, and I want us to take a step back here, because we're like, oh, you know, like IG, they might be able to make Worlds. They might not even make it out of this tournament now. Like, in their last 2 series now, they have the potential of going 0-6. They'll have a day off to watch Weibo and JDG, and then play against those 2 teams.
Yeah.
And for whoever wins that series, at least you'll be a day warmed up playing the next day. I don't even think they're going to be able to win. Like, I think there's a reality that is becoming more and more true that we might see IG in their last 3 series of the year go 0-9, which is
Okay, wait, hold on.
disgusting.
They're still they still have first of all the rest of this series, then another series after that. And
That's what I mean. We
Getting
say the
swept-
rest of the series, but what did you say when we came out of this? When we were coming into the post game, what did you say?
I'm ready for bed, but I'm ready to wake up for Saturday as well. You know, like I'm not
0-6.
fully counting them out yet. You know, there's still some opportunities here for them, but you know, in terms of breaking this one down a little bit, let's get into just the draft again of this game number 2, because to me the way Top Esports, or the way IG I should say, set up their composition, it looked alright. It looked like it could be pretty, but it was not pretty enough here for them, as they got destroyed in the early game once again. Just not enough damage, even though the Camille Galio was a very solid source of engage.
Yep, red side bans stay the same. I think the thing that is really, really important for this now is Annie is a champion that is now gone, and they touched upon it in the cast. So many of Rookie's champions are no longer available. Ryze, Orianna, Galio, and Annie. If Azir is going to stay permanent ban, imagine that's basically like a pseudo 5th champion no longer available to him. So how much further are we going to reach into the bag? Aurora is a champion that we haven't seen really pop up all that much, or at least haven't really been prioritized here in this series. If this is not the draft we're going to be winning, I look at Danny and I think that last line in here, we go next series for me and Danny, because there is not much hope here.
It wasn't bad, right? The draft looked like it should be fine. When the Camille comes in, all of us are like, hang on, you know what, this is kind of cooking. We wanted to see something a little bit more later game focus for Gala. I'm surprised he actually did the 13k damage he ended up doing in the end of that series. I mean, Cubby highlighted it, we were tracking it, it was like, cool, he got 3 autos off in that entire fight, right? He just wasn't able to get anything going for the majority of those fights, and you're just losing out onto so much. With the rookie champion pool thing, what, Victor, Talia that's kind of fallen off at this point, like I said, Aurora.
Yeah.
The amount of champions that you've got left that he really plays, very low, and the amount of champions he's got left that he plays and he's particularly good on at this point in his career, that's even less at this point. I don't know where you play through to get back into this game for IG.
Yeah, it's very smart of Top Esports to take away the Orianna and the Annie, as those were 2 of Rookie's best champions throughout the entirety of this split 3. And, you know, there's still a lot of stuff for Cream to kind of fall back to. You mentioned in our pregame graphic things like the Sylas and the Akali still being in meta. You know, we've seen him whip out the Yones and the Yasuos as well. I feel like that's not necessarily as much in Rookie's arsenal, and so after seeing all of the big wombo combo stuff, and you know, all the ability to try to counter this Ezreal that Jackie Love, you know, was able to play, you know, the Ezreal was fine, but it was really the top side of TS that were able to make a big difference here in this game. As we can get into some of the clips here describing what exactly went down in this game 2. This is the first instance where, hey, maybe something is going well for Invictus Gaming. This was a nice find here, a nice path for Waybloxer.
Yeah, I mean, it begins really well. He manages to dodge out onto that mid ward, and you're like, okay. And then the gank, it works. It's very close, right at the very end. You know, he takes a couple of tower shots right here, and then it looked like the minions were potentially just going to be able to get their kill back, but they don't. So Wei has managed to both get onto the board immediately, make it work into mid lane, and he gets the kill. Really impressive to start with. You could see it here in the specific replay, right? Lovely dodge out onto that mid vision. This is the start that we wanted to see, especially on a champion like the Xin Zhao, who can gank early so effectively.
And Wei has been really good in spots about finding certain plays that are around enemy vision if he has that kind of prep. I think also looking at this minion wave, like Cream has to teleport back anyway, and it's going to be pushing into Rookie, so he basically gets about half a wave to himself and can still either stay or opt to use the teleport to try to match Cream. So there's interesting things there. It's just, the mid game is falling apart for this team. Like, we're not generating leads in the early game. We have, I think, a much more even draft this time, where we have a winning top side. We have a really strong bottom side. Like, I think if you're going to be picking Ezreal into Sivir, that is basically us saying, like, we're going to be much better than you in the mid game skirmishes, and we're not going to be able to threaten later on. We finally get this Camille matchup alongside having the Galio. Like, that with a Rakan feels like a match made in heaven, but the mid game isn't working. We're mechanically fubbing fights. I just... Everything isn't working for this team now. So Top Esports are just getting softball after softball after softball here in this series.
Speaking of softball, let's pull up this next clip because we like the early aggression from Wei in that first gank. This was a little bit too far forward. I do not understand why IG were so obsessed with going for this dive, specifically on the Hong between the towers. And the biggest thing here, Alk, is look at Gala. He was never able to join this, and even Cream was able to rotate down from the mid lane first.
Where's my AD carry? Why are we fighting like this, IG? Like, Top Esports will take the free beat, right? You mentioned Cream's not even in the area. He's able to rotate forward. They just think they have an overabundance of damage because they have a Wukong, or they have a Xin Zhao that's fairly fed. At the very least, all you need to do is just stop Jackie Love from getting the wave. That's a win. We don't have to continue going for more.
Yeah. It's horrible. That whole fight, Gala spends the first half of the fight attempting to run to the fight, 0 auto attacks, and spends the second half of the fight running away and trying to get out, and he doesn't even manage it. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible decision making from IG, and it's the fact that even with a lead, they then make this horrible decision and throw it all away. They haven't been able to just take a deep breath, it feels like. They need to just take a mental reset. It feels like they're scrambling to get themselves out of massive deficits, even at points in the game where things are okay.
A little bit of desperation, right? And which was surprising for us watching on the desk, because we're like, okay, IG got the first couple of kills. After that gank mid, they went and killed Cream again, and we're like, okay, this is a great start, and they should be able to kind of snowball this. They have a good scaling comp with Sivir and the Camille, but then they just keep rushing these plays. They go for that failed dive. They let Top Esports get right back into the game, and that was just not a good recipe for success for them. And I'm really concerned about what they are going to be able to do moving forward in this series. They're going to have obviously pull off a reverse sweep if they want to make it into Worlds as the third seed. We saw that pregame graphic against Faker. None of these players have had a ton of success specifically at Worlds, and in a series to get into Worlds, yeah, maybe not Rookie, but he hasn't won a series or a game either, right? And so
100% win rate.
In fact here, Alk, the only player that has won a quote-unquote match against Faker out of the players that are competing here, is Mako, and he's been one of the biggest underperformers of this series so far. Watching some of the misplays and the failed engages, I remember that one fight around the Dragon where he just whiffed his entire combo. I'm like, where's the Mako from the start of Split 3? Let's get him back in here, because it's not working out for them with what he's been able to do in terms of playmaking so far.
We're going to be looking at that. Maybe we get to see a Mako that's going to be leaning on Enchanters, but that does mean that the top side needs to be playing Engage. We haven't seen Sion or Ornn this series, so things that could be, I think, potentially considered here. And the problem that I have with that is, if we are going to go with tanks and an Enchanter, we have not seen Smolder from IG almost all year long. It's a champion that is really, really tough. Even some of the hyper scaling, like 80 carries from Gala, haven't been as clutch. We showed it in the bet video, but the Zeri coming in from Gala in this most recent playoff series, not great. So if we are going to be relying on that, I think you have to really think about, is there going to be something like a Senna, like a Smolder? Are we going to potentially get outskilled in one of these lanes? Are we okay with giving over an Aatrox to 369, or even more carries like Gwen? So I want to see something here. Bloxer joked in a bit of a downtime when we weren't on the desk about, like, like maybe Top Esports will throw Game 3 and we'll have 4 games in this series. I don't even want to see that. Like, I would much rather my team just go out 0-3, let's get the losing over with, and get ready for our final series in a couple days' time.
Don't need this dragged out. Do not need this one dragged out. If we're going to see another game, I want it to be the IG win this next game. They properly show us that performance we needed. Like I said, we get an actual performance bot lane out of these guys. We actually see some awesome stuff top lane from the Shy, rather than what you often get in these series when you end up with a 4th game and it's just like, Whoopsie.
Well,
Team
if they're
that
gonna
wins
win
is
this next
picked.
game, they gotta win Game 4 as well. I'm not
Yeah.
taking a 4-game series here.
Got to be a full series. Get the full
Yeah.
experience here. Hey, that's the thing about these players on IG, though. They have so much international experience. They are true professionals, and they know never to give up. You know, us here as casters, if we have a bad performance, if we mess up a couple of words, we don't put down the headset forever. We can't give up. If I'm a musician or something, I put out a bad song, I can't be scared of my guitar going forward the rest of this one. If you're Invictus Gaming, you have to lock in and play like the professional League of Legends players that you know you can be to start a path towards the reverse sweep to make it into the World Championships. We'll see if they have the opportunity to begin that path as we get ready for the draft of game number 3. Sending it on over to our casters, Yanni and Cubby.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everybody. Yanni and Cubby still giving you all the action. Top Esports, a 2-0 series lead right now, Cubby. It has been very difficult to watch IG pilot some of these comps and the way that they're playing, my friend. We have lamented it while you and I have been on break. We'll see if they're able to right some of their wrongs going into Game 3.
Yeah, and look, the IG that we've seen in the first 2 games is unlike the IG that we are familiar with from regular season. This has been, ever since playoffs, it just feels like IG is an incredibly disconnected and iffy team. And they have a very tough task ahead of them of, they're going to have to win this game and then likely 2 red side games in order to win this series and book their spot at Worlds and avoid another BO5 in which if they win that, they would have to go up against Faker and T1. As I got to say, this opener to the draft, not a huge fan of overall. Because I feel like the 2 solo lanes that Top Esports did take into Aurora, pretty happy going into both.
Yeah.
And I think that while the Shy has been a very good Aurora player, I think this almost has to be in the hands of Rookie. Because I feel like you have to answer the Scion lane, in which some of the better answers are already off the table.
Yeah, simply put, the Shy has also been the better of your 2 solo laners. I think that you have to pick for him constantly. Because I think that he is your best shot at going and getting a win. We're seeing Wei pick up the Vi here. This will be very good to kind of keep Cream down as best you can in the early game once you hit the level 6 mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Scion locked in too without a Trundle even showing. So I think that this Scion just infinitely goes up in value. Rumble's already off the table too. As it looks like the Shy, he's going to take his champion. That's going to be a top lane Rek'Sai coming out to try and fight Scion. So I think that we're already showing the fact that IG is going to get outscaled. You have Rek'Sai, Vi, Aurora as the top side versus Scion, Victor, and Nefiri. This is the first game where we have really seen IG commit to early game priority in a way where they're guaranteed to win against Top Esports. But man, are they showing that they're on a timer early on or what?
Listen, the scaling didn't work for them. Game 1 didn't work for them. You have to do something here. Now, Top Esports going to get rid of the Varus. I imagine they're going to go after some very strong lane dominant AD carries and or supports to try to expose Wei, Vi, one of those champions that you really need to have a strong bot lane to make sure that you're able to take care of your bot side. And
I think that they need a bridge
bad.
lane, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that part of the reason why we see the Renata ban is that Kalista Renata would actually be a pretty good bridge into the rest of the map for top because, you know, the Victor is going to scale nicely. Nefiri, you really want to get to that 1 item plus mark. So, yeah, the Varus tells me they were kind of interested in Kalista. Renata, Kalista being taken away. Zeri now being taken away. Now I'm curious kind of what they're interested in. Like, what AD are they looking to protect with a Zeri ban that's coming out? Because that's not something that you're going to take if you're looking at, like, maybe a Jhin is where Jackie loves at. I think that would be a warranted ban. Just because if you take Jhin, that would really allow for them to space and outrange you for most of the game. As to be fair, Bard can do that too. And Bard is, I think, very punishing against Vi and Rek'Sai in particular, who have very telegraphed abilities. So I do like that ban against Hong.
Yeah, I definitely think it's Jhin Gaming just so you can set up Kanavi, right? I think Kanavi's got to be your early game hero. Or you could just go for that all-out aggression if you want to. Instead, they're going to take a left turn. They're going to go for the Braum here. Doesn't mean that Lucian is in the back of the minds of IG.
I gotta
say,
Top
Esports has that strong lane. It will be a problem.
See, if they take something like Lucian here, they're going to get Caitlyn, which is tough.
Okay,
as they actually take Ziggs and
I
Braum.
hate this. I don't like this.
0 damage and 0 marksman on IG going into a Scion.
In a Game 3, where you're down 2-0, a must-win game in the series, your damage profile is Aurora, and your star AD carry is playing Ziggs. Cubby, I just don't get it.
Very bursty mid-game. I do think that with top, they have a lack of engage. That said, the Braum kind of can pseudo-engage with the Lucian behind, because all you got to do is, like, proc a winner's
You're really
fight,
relying on
Lucian
Sion, though.
But, dear Lord, I mean, this is, like, if IG don't have a... We're talking 2 to 3k gold lead at, like, 15. They're behind in this game with the drafts that are showing for me. And,
yeah, and they haven't
think
shown
that,
the ability to do it, by the way.
Like, with Ziggs, we have seen Ziggs have really successful play patterns into marksman like Xayah, where you are signing up to being outranged, right? Into a marksman, though, like Lucian, the dash gives you a few ways to play around this, not the minefield, but then you pair it with the Braum. I mean, you make one mistake if you're IG, you're going to get, Braum stun into melted. And I really feel like the only win here for IG is that the best engage tool for top is a Sion or an Fury just kind of sending it in. I don't think they have great main engage, and that might be what the saving grace is, as we have seen LPL teams struggle when they don't have great, main engage tools. But this Sion is going to go Kanik Rookern eventually, and once he gets that item, is going to be invincible. Or Force of Nature is going to be invincible. I just do not see a way that they kill this guy. So, yeah, I am concerned about this game for IG. I do not like this draft. I think that it puts them on a crazy timer. We really have to see if Wei can get things going. And this time around, not let up or not make the mistakes that got Top Esports back into that game too.
And Cubby, I know that you said that the saving grace is that there's really no engage for Top Esports outside the Sion, but with the way the comp is for IG, I don't know if that's good enough, my friend. We're hitting Summoner's Rift for what could be our final game of this best-of-5 series. Top Esports is one win away from the 3rd seed at Worlds. All right, well, the crowd mics aren't really picking anything up. The balancing has been poor. We've talked about this a lot on broadcast. So instead, we'll take the time to shout out our sponsor, prodiff. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, you can take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll be able to work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NECL or ERLs, as Rookie is forced to flash away. Maybe one of these coaches will teach you not to do that. You can get personalized coaching today at prodiff.gg by using code LPL10 at checkout. You'll save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast.
Yeah, the Zig Flash on Rookie, that's going to really help alleviate some pressure for Cream in this, as the Shy looking to get funky here too. I mean, he could have started
detected
E.
lane swapping.
Yeah, he could have started E if he wanted to maybe attempt something there, but no. I mean, Rookie with no flash early on, this is going to be Cream's matchup. And as critical as I've been of Cream, and I think rightfully so at times, I think his Victor has overall been one of the mages that I find him to be somewhat solid on. In terms of, like, this guy can lane, and he can position far enough back on Victor where we've seen him put together some decent Victor games. So, yeah, we'll see if he can navigate going up against Gala's Ziggs here. Gala is a very good Ziggs player. I do not want to take that away from him. But our questions don't come from the ability of IG in the draft. I mean, the ability of IG, the questions we have there do come from the first 2 games we have seen of this series, in which IG has been nothing short of, I'd say, abysmal. They have not looked competitive so far in this series, so they're going to have to turn things around. As Kanavi actually opts for a split map. This was scouted by that blue ward, dropped by IG, but going to take away the Raptors, and Wei can actually opt to cross and match instead of trying to take...
This is going to be hard.
Camps of Kanavi on his own, so Wei going to be scouted here.
I don't know how he's going to be able to do this, because we have your mid laner who has no flash, who can't make it over.
Coming.
You have your bot lane who is being pushed in right now, and you go to the bot side instead of moving toward the top side when he was spotted on that ward. This is a fundamental issue of IG not really recognizing that this Vi does not have the strong bot lane to be able to protect your own bot side.
They're not the strong any lanes. As Rookie was down a flash, he's already TPing back, and yeah, I mean, I think Kanavi's making 100% the right play. You know, this is the best answer that Wei has. He already took his 3 top camps. If he doesn't see him on the red buff, he should be smart enough to just jump over this wall immediately. As looks like Rookie does get the flash out of Cream. And Kanavi will spot Wei taking away his camp. As Wei's going to try and get out of here now. And he's trying to get a little funky. Yeah.
Well, Kanavi's going to hop over the wall, and guess what? 369 have an opportunity to cut him off. Doesn't look like it. Shy wisely going in, making sure that his jungler is able to escape. Take a look at the picture-in-picture. This is where the flash got burned. Really good job there by Rookie to take advantage.
A little bit of an oopsie there by Cream. Was trying to stay in lane and provide pressure for his jungler to get the topside camps, and Kanavi will be winning out on most of his topside camps. So Crab's going to be taken here by Wei. He will get the double crab, but Kanavi going to be up 2 camps on Wei's side of the map. As this is the other thing I'm really concerned of for IG. Rek'Sai can lane swap decently well. Like, actually one of the champions that can kind of match the Sion, but in the swap scenario, Sion's going to have so much more access to CS. And I think that we're going to see that from 369 here, is Jackie Love going to be given a little bit of solo gold and XP in this top lane, which will make him a very happy camper on the Lucian.
Yeah, I really love that because it's a little tricky to lane into Ziggs at times as a Lucian. You don't really get to utilize how strong you are in the early game because you can just stay so far away. So I like that. This Jackie Love move, setting him up top to try to set the Shy behind. We're going to see the Shy head back up at the top side. They will opt into the lane swap themselves. So we're getting about to the 5-minute mark. This Dragon is coming up. I imagine it'll stay on the board for quite some time. We got Grubs in about 3 minutes. Cubby, you think Grubs is going to be a major player in this game?
Always. Grubs have been the major player in every game in this playoff patch. It feels like globally...
set a big focus on it.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like globally teams have been prioritizing taking those 3 Grubs. Just, you get 5 minutes of time with turret plates, you know, after the Grub's taken. Usually 9-minute mark, you're on time, and 5 minutes till plates fall can be significant. As we do have both of our supports taking a pit stop mid.
Yep, getting some damage in. I like it. Mako, the aggressiveness here, going right after Hong. He's going to walk right into Kanavi, though, which could be a problem. He is forced to flash away.
It's been really sad watching IG get mind controlled through these 3 games, honestly, Yanni. How many moments have we just watched, like, Hong almost just, like, read or bait IG in? And he is doing this against Mako. Mako is the legendary LPL support. You think of supports in the LPL, the best players in the history of the league. It is Ming and Mako who ran this league for so many years, and Mako is still the one that is running it, that has hoisted that world championship. And Hong is kind of just in his head for this series and has been really outplaying and outperforming who I thought was the best support through the regular season of the LPL.
Yeah, and it's, you know, maybe not only just one of the best supports in the LPL, you know, legendarily Mako, but maybe to ever grace the game, really. And, you know, I think this goes to show that Hong has had a really fantastic turnaround in 2025. Remember earlier in the year, he was benched on that middling Weibo team. He ended up going from
rightfully
that.
So. Yeah.
Yes, rightfully so. He was benched for Erha, a mid lane transplant to the bot lane. He went from that in this awful play that we memed about early on to being first team All-Pro in Split 3. That is a huge turnaround in such a short amount of time, and it was a huge shot in the arm for Top Esports, right? This is a team that, remember, at the end of Split 2, they bombed out in playoffs. They ended up 5th, 6th, they lost to Team WE, and they needed something. And we memed on it as well. When they picked up Hong, we're like, oh, okay, why? Like, is this really going to be the difference? As it turns out, he has been a large difference maker on this team, and while they didn't get the result that they wanted in the playoffs, a second-place finish is nothing to sneeze at, and a potential 3rd seed Worlds appearance will be just a cherry on top of that. Pretty good cake.
Both teams trying to set up for this Rift Herald, 30 seconds away. Gala's done a nice job of getting a small health advantage in the Jackie Love. Who is going to have to try and look for the fruit, and we'll find some in the river. Whereas mid, yeah, the Aurora versus Victor matchup, definitely a tough one for Aurora. Rookie going to do his best to get this wave in, and then likely play off his TP timer to try and get back. I don't know if he has enough gas to even approach that one.
I don't know. I feel like maybe there was an opportunity for Rookie there, because he still had the Patine Worlds, but with Kanavi coming through, I think this is a wise back here. This does mean that Kanavi will at least get first purchase into the top side jungle. You can see the pings already coming down. He's well aware of where Wei is on top of it. Wei is level 6, though. Does have that cease and desist. Here comes a teleport in from Cream after his immediate back.
Pups.
His flash is going to be up, but here comes Mako. We're going to see 2v2. Sorry, that was Hong that showed up. I thought Cream's TP was up. Now we've got a 2v2 Fracas here. Looking for Grubs as Top Esports secures the first. Gala's going to get here. There's a IGTP as the Shy is going to sell out and burn his.
Cream
to get
can't join.
IG 2 grubs.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think this is going to be a 2-for-1 swap. As we'll see if Kanavi can sneak on in here, but I don't think that's going to be the case. And again, IG, they need to win out early. I think Grub's advantage is big for them. They can try and use this with the Ziggs moving forward. So top esports, I think, getting a 1-for-2 overall in the long haul, I don't think that's too bad. So yeah, I mean, well played by IG, but I don't think that. I think top esports are still kind of ahead of where I expect them to be with the game pace, and that is concerning because I do not trust IG's comp later on because there is a lack of DPS, physical damage DPS, specifically from that marksman role. So it's going to be a clash of styles. And I just, like, on paper, I think that the games where we have seen Ziggs be really successful, it's been against immobile carries and specifically ADs that you can really zone out and punish over time. And I just think that the ability for Sion, Nefiri to break this and then eating the poke from Victor too, I don't see, like, the straightforward path where it's like, okay, we can always play Ziggs into Xayah and have this crazy range advantage, right? I just don't see that happening the same way against Lucian, who, yes, is low range, but you have the culling, you got the dashes to try and play defense.
And not only that, you're not super tanky on the side of IG, right? If you take a full culling to the face, you are going to be hurting, and it is going to be problematic in any sort of fight. Gala going to burn his TP over on the spot side as this Dragon has been started up by top esports. And you said it earlier, Cubby. You said that IG needs to be up many magnitudes of gold around the 15-minute mark, and so far it is even at 10 minutes. Perhaps an opportunity to try to break that as Wei is going to walk in, but immediately getting shoved off by Cream. Mako and Gala walking up. They say, hey, we want to do something here. Wei charging up his Q. He's going to go over the wall just a little too late, and that means they're going to go all in trying to kill him as he is stuck. Rookie with the Between Worlds trying to do what he can. Hong, very low, will go down. It's first blood over to IG. Here's the next target. It's Kanavi.
Dion coming.
Was forced to flash away, but Gala gets it. And here's the turnaround as down goes Rookie. Top esports looking for a little bit more. Jackie Love down to about half HP. 369 can only soak up so much. Can't really do a whole lot of damage.
I mean, 2-for-1. Plate's going over to the Shy, and that still is a Mountain Dragon going over to top. That is something for IG. Like, they got a little something out of that. But, man, I don't think that's enough to give over a Mountain Dragon to a Scion in a game where you don't have a traditional marksman. Like, this Scion is just going to be so invincibly big against what he's staring down. I think that just the ability for him to really throw his weight around in the mid game is going to be so dangerous for IG is. And this fight, I think Rookie did a really nice job of being slippery, kind of zoned out Jaculov, and yeah, he goes down, but Wei was able to use those vault breakers to kind of play in and out of the wall, in and out of terrain. Kanavi wasn't able to follow. He goes down, and they lose the Dragon. They take a 2-for-1. They have a 1k gold lead, which is 2k short of where I want them to be at 15, what I think is really necessary for IG moving forward.
You know, IG were still really disconnected in that fight, but the good news is because Wei forced everybody into the pit with the Between Worlds from Rookie, all of a sudden they were able to link up, and it worked out, right? This is what we've been waiting for, is for IG to kind of come together and play a little bit more as a team, and you saw it a little bit there, and things go well when you do that sort of thing if you're IG. Wei showing up to the top side here, just going to clear out some vision. Not sure if he's able to actually push on anything more. The Shy continuing to get plates in side lanes.
Yeah, again, Rek'Sai early on, definitely going to have to cash in on the strength you have, that passive, making sure the Shy is nice and healthy as he plays in and out of these trades against the Scion. And I will say, I do think that Rek'Sai in this mid game can be really vulnerable. Like playing Rek'Sai against something like a Victor, you get some pretty good interactions by getting out of the gravity well and a couple other
here we go. We're looking for
options
Jackie Love.
Burned his flash.
Love flashed away, and now Kanavi is going to look for Wei. Wei has no flash, but a well-timed Volt Breaker means that he is able to escape.
A good satchel charge as well from Gala. Prevented that ult connecting from the Nefiri. So gets his jungler on out of there, and just going to be cease and assist for flash. We'll take that, but no play on the Jackie Love quite yet.
13 minutes in, we've got this Herald up in 1 minute and 45 seconds again. IG nursing about 1,000 gold lead right now, and one thing that I'm a little concerned about this game is I think rookie CS numbers are incredibly low right now. He's the only guy on the squad not at 100. You saw he barely scratched Cream because Cream's got that Rod of Ages. He's really just not doing a whole lot of damage right now. And this is a guy who, you know, you really need him to turn up if you want to do something not only in what's left of this series, but also going into the next series. This is the guy who is in his entirety of his career, counting that short time that he was in Korea, 8 opportunities in regional championships to go to Worlds. He's only converted twice. See if he's able to do anything here in between Worlds and just take so much damage. He's forced to flash away too.
Good redemption there from Hong, as he has that over his counterpart in Mako. Helps get his mid laner out of there. And Rookie, well, that all-in attempt was grim, and Cream has a CS lead and is continuing to stack up that Roa. So while Cream isn't doing the damage now, he'll be a happy camper later on with what he has at the moment. As, yeah, I mean, again, who is going to do damage into Sion later? Like that is a significant concern we have. I find it funny, 369 actually went for the magic resist version of the Bombies item into the Rek'Sai, who does mostly physical damage. Just, I think that it's going to be a Bramble Vest likely coming up next for 369 to cut into the Rek'Sai healing, and he's going to try and avoid the armor outside of that. As we talked about, stacking that magic resist against the Aurora and the Ziggs will be really big for him. As this Sion, I think, truly is on the path to being quite invincible this game. As IG, only up 800 gold to 15, not where I wanted to see them. Down to Dragon 2. I think that this game pace, this game state, you need to have a thick gold lead and a Dragon diff. And they have neither. So, yeah, I feel like IG is behind and behind where they need to be. So, we'll see. I think this Rift Herald's very important. Should push around this one quickly as the Shy. As the Shy moment.
Flash away. All right, we're going to see a knock-up on Agala. Oh, no. 3 members from Top Esports hit the go button.
Good luck playing Rift Herald now. It's going to be bot outer turret falling in favor of the Shy, likely, as he can knock that one down against 369, but it's going to be the Rift Herald taken by Jackie Love and Top Esports, as this would be a big win, I think, for Top Esports. Obviously, this would book their tickets to Worlds, but Top Esports, they were, if you add up the regular seasons from splits 1, 2, and 3, they have been the best team in the LPL.
Yeah.
Just raw record. They've not been able to convert it in all the playoffs. They missed out on Split 2 finals. They came short in Split 3, lost to BOG twice. And for them, I mean, this is a team that I think on paper, just given what they put together for the year, they do deserve to be at Worlds. Even though the connotation for this team a lot of the time is like, okay, the one time we sent them internationally, they failed, right? And that's not exactly... LPL fans were not very happy with that. That Top Esports were missing out on so much. So, I think that this would be kind of justice for them for this year. Definitely, I think, proving some wrongs in terms of what fan sentiment was around this team. But, yeah, I mean, the way they're doing it against IG is pretty clean, as Hong predicts the flash of Gala. Well played there, making that Braum look like some true main engage with a Glacial Fissure.
Makes you very happy, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, main engage Braum, kind of hard to work out on, but hey, if you're going to flash and predict the flash of your opponent, I think that no matter what the champ you're playing, that's sick as hell. So, Hong continuing to play some good League today.
Yeah, without a doubt, he has been the better support of the two so far, and now we're starting to see things tilt a little bit more toward Top Esports. A lot of inaction by IG has made things very difficult. We already saw the Rift Herald get burned in the mid lane, so no longer is that going to be a factor, but time is a-wasting if you're IG. Just closer and closer. 369 is going to get to being unkillable. Closer and closer Cream, too, right? He's going to have a lot of HP. Now we're selling out to go after Hong, but guess what? Gala's being chased out by Kanavi on the backside. It's a good satchel charge to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, Cream has been caught up in all the hustle and bustle, and he will go down. The Shy will get the 3rd kill of the game for IG. Now Kanavi on the backside of the turret. He's getting chased down by Wei. Jackie Love will clean up Mako. Just a culling for style points, and now the Shy is caught in the corner. 369 Hung and Jackie Love are looking to take him down quite easily. And meanwhile, Kanavi slips out the back.
I mean, I know that that fight was very sporadic on a lot of accounts, but when have we seen IG take a connected fight today?
Never.
I really cannot.
It was the
think
dragon, the dragon fight that they were forced to.
Yeah, no, I mean they had some bum setups for those dragons too, right? So, this is a team again. You've got to win early in this game as IG. I just do not believe that you're going to have any effect into this Scion later on with the comp. And we have not seen IG be able to speed this game up enough, play fast enough, or put together cohesive plays to actually get a significant advantage. Now, taking down Cream is fine, but it goes on your Rek'Sai. I don't think that's exactly ideal. And props to Top, who did play some good defense here. I mean, this was a pretty decent investment on the Cream. Cream did what he can to get out of this. I mean, I think that he played out of this one A-okay. Burned the flash, but hey, bought a lot of HP away from the IG members and actually bought the time and space for Top Esports to turn this one around, as they do find two.
Yep, you just buy that time, and all of a sudden Top Esports descend on you like a pack of wolves, or Neferi dogs even. Now they have the kill lead, and well, I don't believe they're up in front in the gold just yet, down about 600. They are, yeah, they're essentially ahead, right? You know, with this
look at where that gold's at
IG
too, man.
hasn't been able to do anything, and yeah, as you said, the Shy has gotten a lot of this gold. He's gotten a lot of these plates. He got that kill. He's up 1,500. But again, what's it going to matter, right? The Shy would need to make some serious things happen on Rek'Sai that you don't typically see happen.
Yeah, this is a pretty crazy one. As I mean, I think that this difference. Whoa, that didn't work out the way I wanted it to. I think that this difference is pretty big. This difference being the bot differences. Can't draw right now. That's okay.
We were with you in spirit. We knew what you were talking about.
Yeah. A shout out to Brett. He was using the mouse for other purposes. I was trying to hijack it from him, being the greedy, selfish caster. Otacon has spawned, so I think we don't have to draw on the screen quite soon. We've got some action potentially in the bot side as Top Esports again. I mean, even game state, very much favor where they're at right now. Even with the Shy, able to cheat some of these towers away from the Scion. 369 doesn't have that TP up quite yet, so I think whenever he leaves this top lane is when Top's going to start to really try and pressure this. As he is a couple waves away from getting that one for himself. As that TP coming in will be the Braum.
Yep, he's coming in quickly, and now we're going to see a culling down onto Mako. He taking quite a bit of damage. The Redemption will be able to massage some of that away, but he is still not in the greatest way right now. JackeyLove going to have to pick up this mid turret, and that does mean that the Shy is in position to potentially cut him off here. He's sitting in between the turrets, looking to maybe just be the distraction, as IG have started up on this dragon.
Big ones for IG. I think Ocean Soul going to be quite valuable for them.
Both just hit that level up.
The poke of Ziggs and Victor.
All right, here comes Scion.
He lost the heal.
JackeyLove is cut off. Keep that in mind. He is not able to get to the rest of the team here. At about 5,000 HP on this dragon and getting lower. Kanavi going to look after Wei, and now Cream and Hung allow JackeyLove to be able to link up with the rest of the team as he looks to wrap around this tri-brush. This dragon down to about 2,000 HP, a little lower, and it's going to be secured by Wei. And now here comes the fight. Mako and Wei stuck in the back of the pit. 369 trying to do what he can. The Shy with a big knock up there, but JackeyLove is able to free hit. He has to dash out. Mako on a sliver. Hung with a big knock up, trying to kill the Shy. He's just so damn tanky, and JackeyLove, it takes a lot, but he'll finally get him. We'll see. Does Wei want to re-enter and go after Cream? The answer is no, but they will be able to target down Rookie, and it's Top Esports coming up on top.
Lost the dragon, went over to IG, but I mean, these fights, it still feels like IG is just whimpering through. JackeyLove ahead in this game, a freebie given over, and yeah, I mean, I don't really see like the winning angle here for IG because I don't think time gets better for them throughout. We are seeing the Shy. I mean, look at all the time that he was able to buy in that fight. Where was the damage to back it up? They don't have that traditional marksman to really, you know, ready, aim, fire. And this fight, I mean, look at the space that 369 is able to take up. He's just walking into Gawa, walking into Rookie, who did walk past him and hit a decent between worlds, but couldn't turn it into anything too significant. Yes, the pit. I mean, the pit was close. It was contested, but thanks to 369 rotating to get way out in the end. And this Scion just, I think, way too big. And that's going to be the biggest issue that IG is staring down late because the comp they drafted This comp cannot deal with Sion. The way they deal with Sion is by avoiding him or trying to play around him in fights. And 369 is just going to be a menace in this one.
And Top Esports and Jackie Love know that Rookie doesn't have the damage. Flashing at an Aurora that had some mana in the back pocket is not something you normally see. And this is going to be increasingly difficult for IG, and they are the ones to start up the Otacon right now. A shotgun Otacon. Cream does have a teleport available to rejoin the rest of his squad. Kanavi getting chunked out just a little bit as this Otacon begins to drop lower and lower. Below 8,000 HP now. Jackie Love looking to join the team. Rookie completely forced away from the squad. Kanavi's at half HP though. He's already got to use his untargetable. Here we go. Full engage coming out. 369 hits the wall. Mako's got to flash away. The Shy's on the backside. Maybe looking to disrupt Jackie Love.
Oh,
and
Shy.
he will. And here we go. Rookie's on top of him too. They can't save Jackie Love. He will finally fall. And it's IG's fight to potentially win. Cream's doing a lot of damage with that Arcane Storm as Mako is stunned up. It'll fall to 369. But the Shy is still full HP.
Look at the Scion.
Rookie's got something left in the tank. Let's see what 369 has. He's blasted away, and he will fall to the combined might of Rookie, Gala, and the turret.
All right, IG, they show some signs of life, Yanni. Signs that we have yet to see today, as that was a fight where they were able to ignore the Scion. The angle that the Shy found on the Jackie Love was imperative to trying to win that fight. That's the best fight that we've seen from IG today, and it's because the Shy found a beautiful unburrow right on top of the Lucian.
Yeah, and guess what? These guys are having problems dealing with the Shy. All of a sudden, this Rek'Sai is soaking up so much attention and so much damage. This was a really well-coordinated effort by the solo laners of IG.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy kind of gets lost in translation here. Jackie Love is trying to fish for him and just doesn't respect that E over the wall. Positioned right next to it. The Shy was not spotted. Jackie Love eats the unburrow, gets full comboed. I mean, that we saw in the last fight that he was able to kite out the Rek'Sai, and yes, it took a while to get through the Shy, but he was able to do it with a little bit of help from his teammates in the end. That time around, Rek'Sai starts the fight right on top of the Lucian. He had no flash available this time around. Gets taken out right away, and that's the best fight we've seen IG take so far today.
And Kanavi wasn't really able to make an impact either. He was about half HP when that fight started, and you see he tried to drop his ultimate down, but immediately got taken out. 0, 3, and 4. Yet to get a kill on this Nefiri, something to definitely keep an eye on, as IG has almost 1,000 gold lead right now. Again, not the spot that we really want them to be in, but I feel like they've at least shown us something here in this game 3. And 26 minutes in, have a chance in this game.
I still don't think that this game favors them going throughout, just given the strength of the Scion. I will say that I like the Randuin's pickup by the Shy a lot, because it feels like his job is just to pressure Jackie Love in these fights. Make sure Lucian's dealing with the Rek'Sai and nothing else is, again.
We're going to see a full engage. Big stun coming out from Mako. 2 members, 2 up, 2 4. And here we go. The turnaround is there. The stun's onto the Shy. The culling is there.
He's so
but
big.
It's not enough to kill the Shy, as IG are finally taking advantage here in game 3. They might have their sights set on the Baron.
A top a bit split on the siege there. IG find a great punish against another good angle from the Shy. He was distracting everyone else 1v3 while the other 2 members popped. Baron started. There's a pinch. Jackie Love doesn't see who's above him.
Jackie Love has very little HP, below half. Cream and 369, they are formidable.
Yep, that's
and
missing.
Baron is done very, very slowly. Saw Mako on the backside. Teleport coming in from Hong. He's going to make this a 5v4. Kanavi's going to be up in 4 seconds, but I don't think he'll be relevant for this fight. We're already seeing 369 take quite a bit of damage. He soaks a lot, but he does take a lot. Rookie is low. Rookie is dead. Jackie Love is still alive.
Hong?
The Shy's going to flash on him, and he's trying to get away. Hong, the protector. Jackie Love stands for so long, but it's not quite enough. Cream has to come up clutch. It's Hong getting the kill, but now you have the tankiness coming through. Hui will not survive though. 369 ended up going down, and it's Hong helping out with these big stuns. Top Esports quash IG's opportunity.
Look, it is a 3v5 in IG's favor, but their Baron is so slow because they don't have a damn marksman, and everyone else was outside of the pit trying to deal with Top Esports. It bought Top enough time to find a really positive fight where, again, 369 throws himself in the middle of the fight as the Scion tanks up so much damage, can't be dealt with. And Top Esports squash IG's hope at Baron. That, like, in the end, this isn't a real attempt from IG. Look how split they are around this Baron. They don't have the damage to actually DPS their way through it. They try and attack JackeyLove at the end. Honestly, JackeyLove, if Hong plays this fight better, I really feel like Lucian can survive. A miscue onto Rek'Sai, and then a really terrible ult from Hong. He was way late to actually peel out on JackeyLove. If he's there earlier, I think Jackie can put together a better fight and maybe have a bigger win for Top Esports. But 369, it was the catch onto Rookie in the first place that really started that one on the Sion. And again, this Sion just cannot be dealt with this game.
Hang on, we'll see. Yeah, look at him tanking up everything. He's healing right now, and the Shy, he's healing up a little bit too. He burrows in. He won't be able to actually find anything. He's getting a little low. Here we go. Fight starting out. Hong getting tagged up. JackeyLove is alive, but he's away from the rest of the team. He's got to deal with the Shies. Kanavi will go in and get it done. And now he's on the backside of the other side. JackeyLove, though, in trouble. The Shy will take him out. Rookie's still alive. Cream is low on HP. Kanavi's dead. Top Esports are having big problems trying to deal with the might of IG for right now. Cream is running out of real estate, stuck in the back of the pit, and Gala's got a double.
The Shy's big, but 369 on this Sion is so huge. It's just that IG is finding these fights where they're ignoring him, and I think that 369 has to start to recognize this. This ult that he casts doesn't help his team, and the fact that he doesn't have access to the unstoppable Onslaught, I think really opened the door for IG to get backline access against top. Watch this ult from 369. I think that he's too far up in this fight. This is a little bit too ambitious of an ultimate. Because I just don't think that, like, this is the space that he needs to clear. He needs to ult towards his team. He wants to do everything in his power to play around his team. He is so damn strong this game, but when he's playing that far away, even with the 3-man knockup that he found on the Destinating Smash, it allowed for IG to play around him in the backline, and the Shy had another brilliant fight on this Rek'Sai. He's been doing a great job of marking JackeyLove, and the 369, I think, needs to be a little bit more involved in peeling for his team, because he is invincible, nearly invulnerable, if he's actually fighting with his team as 5. The only way he can be dealt with is if it's multiple members of IG hitting him for seconds on end. And 369 has to recognize that and play more connected if he wants to 1v9 this game like his champion can.
I know it's really not Rek'Sai's MO, but maybe a bit of a front to back might benefit Top Esports a little bit more, because Cream is finding himself in the middle of a lot of these IG players. That's not where you want to be as this Victor. And JackeyLove, again, as you said, finding himself alone with the Shy with nobody to help him out. They need to do a better job of protecting their AD carry and their mid laner, because this game is starting to slip away from them and head into the favor of IG, especially now that they are on Soul Point. This Ocean Soul going to be really massive, especially for the fact that you, as the Ziggs team, you secure it against a Victor.
I don't think Baron threat's ever really real for IG unless they take members out. I mean, we already saw Top Esports easily defend a 3v5 around this Sion, who now has a Kanik Rookern, so he's even tankier against the magic damage that's coming out. Multiple shields now to get through. As I mean, the scaling of Top Esports, we haven't seen them use it to win a fight yet, but I think that, like, fights from here on out should be top favored. Just given the 3 items on the Victor, the 3.5 or almost 4 items now on JackeyLove, who needs to be wary of
hang on, Wei shows up! What a play by IG! They lie in wait and they get the Top Esports AD carry. See what happens in the 5v4 afterward. We're seeing them move up to the Baron. Again, their Baron take is slow, as you've mentioned a lot. But do they have enough time? JackeyLove is dead for 35 seconds and has no way of getting there quickly. Cream and Hong getting chunked out just a little bit.
They can just walk in with Sion. It's fine.
All right,
look at this.
Try. All right, 369 is tanking up a lot, but do they have an answer to the Shy? Big stun by Mako as they're getting on top of Cream, looking to force him away. Look at the Shy, still alive, drops his ultimate down onto Hong. Cream dies too. They don't have the damage, Cubby. The Shy and Mako are running all over Top Esports right now.
This Sion is so big, but they're fighting without the damage behind them. I don't know why Top walks in there. We saw the Baron take from IG be so damn slow, given the mages. They walked in with no marksman, their big damage dealer.
This is it.
Opened up the angle for IG to snipe the game away from them. And this comp that we felt like IG had no chance with. The Scion would be invincible. It is the heirs of top esports that give IG the window to get back into this series.
IG have life. We have not seen it in their eyes for a long time, but we will finally see it down 2-0 in a series for the third seed at Worlds. They are able to fight back and force a Game 4.
Massive game from, honestly, both of our top laners, but the Shy being so big on that Rek'Sai, I think his consistent pressure around Jackie Love in these fights, distracting multiple members, being an absolute pest on this Rek'Sai, was a game changer. And to be fair, the Shy, he was a bummer for the first 2 games of this series. I feel like he was underperforming in those 2, stepped up, carried that game, gets IG that Game 4, and gives us the first signs of life that we've seen from IG, really since they entered the playoff bracket.
And now all of a sudden things are far different. IG, with their wacky pickup in the top lane, get the job done. We're going to send it back to Grapes, Alk Battery, and Bloxer to break down all the action from that Game 3.
Oh man. We're still playing? What's going on here? IG? They're still alive. Okay, wait.
Yes!
They're still in this. Okay, we got a series now. 2-1 in favor of top esports still, but Invictus Gaming Bloxer with a creative draft and one that was executed rather nicely off the back of the Shy on his Rek'Sai top lane, end up keeping this series alive and showing us the best Invictus Gaming that we've seen all playoffs long.
Creative. Creative. I like that. I like that description of what this draft was. Creative is a good word for it. Yeah, it was a really odd game where it starts out and we think this one's pretty donezoed, to be honest. Weren't really expecting IG to be able to pull this one out. I think Cubby said it at the start, right? They needed to be 3k up by 15 minutes, 5k up by 15 minutes, otherwise there was absolutely no chance, and they were not up by that much, but finally they started getting the combos together that the composition really needed, pushing a couple ultis all at once. I gotta be honest, the way that the Shy was able to just absorb damage was absolutely crazy. Gala's actually dealing damage in this game, which does obviously help, but I'd love to see damage taken, because I think the Shy was just healing up so much. That Fury, as soon as you get back up, hit a couple people back down underneath with a W, you can just do that throughout the entirety of a team fight, and you can absorb so much pressure.
40%.
Yeah.
Holy crap. I mean, we had questions coming into this draft. Yeah. I was saying, like, okay, theoretically, this draft works. Like, Rek'Sai, Vi, Leona, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
It seemed, I don't know. I really agreed with a lot of the concerns echoed by Yanni and Cubby as we were getting into the draft of this game. Not a lot of damage. There's no AD threat. Scion is going to be unkillable when he builds full MR. But somehow that didn't end up happening. Gala ended up having a really solid game here on the Ziggs, able to pump out a bunch of damage. And overall, it was the Shy outplaying 369 in these top lane tank duels. And a unique part of this Rek'Sai kit in the top lane is the ability to be able to dive onto a backline carry, and we saw the Shy consistently target JackieLove, and that resulted in some teamfight wins starting around this Otacon.
Well, one of the things that I think is actually interesting is we talked about from draft about, oh, is there going to be some kind of, like, what is top esports engage? Is it just going to be that it's just Scion walking forward? Is it going to be Nefiri diving on through? It's just Braum by himself, so there's no way to properly peel unless top esports are essentially deathballing towards their opponents.
Let's get another look at this fight as well. I mean, this was Cream having a couple of positioning errors, I would say, as well. Like, he was never able to get the full amount of damage off as this Victor maybe had the potential to. Bloxer, I felt like this guy had level 16, he had the upgraded Arcane Storm, but we never saw it reach that full potential of it fully growing out. And, you know, going back to some of the concerns and that highlighted matchup that we had in between the mid laners in Cream and Rookie.
Yeah, I mean, it was only really in one of the earlier team fights that we got to see a big Arcane Storm out of Cream. He got one off that was massive, and then in the remaining fights, you can see him here. He's just getting caught out immediately. There's a really nice combo between the Leona ulti and the Ziggs ulti coming through as well. Once it felt like IG got a foothold into this game. They were actually able to take over with it, which is very counter to what we saw in the previous game, where they got themselves a little bit of an early lead and immediately threw it away. This was an IG that felt like they were playing a little bit freer, potentially. You know, you've got yourself this creative, as you put it, composition. You're down 2-0 at this point, and you're like, we just have to try something. And it felt like they weren't just throwing themselves at their opponents quite so hard. And then in the top lane as well, as we were saying, right, 369, the Scion is just big and tanky and takes as much damage as you have health, whereas with the way the Shy was able to just constantly keep getting those resets off with the Rek'Sai, the just healing coming through was ridiculous. It meant that you had the better tank. I really like what they played. The worry for me is just a little bit that you don't get to replicate this combo. This composition, you don't have any other way to make this happen in the game. This is very unique to these specific champions.
I mean, Vi's not going to be available. Obviously, going further in this series, now they're going to have to be thinking about what junglers are going to come through, because there's no Xin Zhao anymore. Wukong is gone. Pantheon is gone. So are we going to see Trundle and Jarvan finally move off the ban table? And Cubby came into this game saying that even if IG win this one in particular, they're going to have to win 2 red side games back to back. BLG were able to do it, and I don't think that IG are that same team.
Man, it's going to be more difficult, obviously, just given the fact that blue side is always the more popular area to be on. The Shy getting that player of the game, I don't think we've seen a Rek'Sai top from him specifically this split.
Nope.
And so congratulations to him. This has been popping up in a bunch of different regions. And, you know, the Shy, always an innovator, and being able to play something that can do okay in the tank match of the Scion, and then have a very specific job, which is to soak up a lot of the damage and also be able to dive the backline super effectively.
I just want to immediately kind of throw us into the draft discussion, because I am both perplexed and interested as to how we got here. So, first of all, we have first time the Shy Rek'Sai, and I talked about the theory behind those 3 champions working as a combo. But how are we ever supposed to hit an objective if we don't have a marksman here for IG? And I think a lot of the reason why Top Esports were even able to lose this game is because they don't have a sufficient enough way to actually stop a champion like Rek'Sai. That's what a Leona is able to do. That is what an Alistar is able to do. A lot of these champions are no longer available. Rel was a champion that was also ignored here in this draft. And you can maybe nitpick that Cream and Jackie Love really didn't get much done, or weren't as, I think, prescient about what their positioning was going to be in team fights. But they just don't have tools for that. Their team composition is trying to go forward, trying to find picks, and that's what it succeeded at doing. And now I'm looking at IG. I had to remake this graphic literally on the fly. IG are now 5-9 since we entered the postseason.
Yeah.
That is not even if they win the rest of the series, like, do I think that they're going to be good enough to maybe even beat like a? I don't know.
Yeah. And you always have to remember that 3 of those wins came versus EDG. All respect to EDG, right? They were having themselves a really nice split, but a Group Nirvana team, right? This is you just about managing to get those wins. If you watch that series, if you're box score watching 3-0, that's chilling, all good. No, when you actually watch that series, EDG took them quite far, really pushed IG in all of those games. And it was very interesting watching the way that IG were able to pull that game back, because it felt like there were a couple of moments earlier on where it was beginning to slip away from them, and like Alk said, right, the graphic was made, we were ready to be wrapping up today, but all of a sudden, IG start winning a few more fights. You're like, okay, hang on, wait a second.
I was gonna say that little JJ shout out at the top corner, that's some disrespect to Wei. He popped off in that game on the Vi. I mean,
did he get an MVP?
I mean, he didn't necessarily get an MVP, but he was very impactful.
Did we watch those first 2 games?
I watched the 3rd game, and that graphic is here for the 3rd game, so I don't know. I feel like you owe him an apology a little bit. I know JJ's watching this series on Bilibili, not necessarily on twitch.tv/LPL English, but if he was seeing that, he might be sensing a little disrespect.
Well, Wei wouldn't see this, and JJ, if he wants to come back, look, I feel like the door is open. He's not doing anything right now anyway, so... if JJ wants to come play, there was a clip that they had at the very beginning of the year where Teddy, one of the casters at LPL, asked, what is one thing that you hope that you can accomplish this year? And JJ jokingly said, I hope I can play for the rest of the year. Not knowing that he would be replaced quite so soon.
Wow. Oof.
Yeah, and had to submit that job application. Hey, maybe he'll have to keep looking around. As it seems like IG with Wei, it was an interesting decision when it was first made, and there was conversations about whether that was the right move or not. But IG have been able to play well enough, and hey, Wei had a pretty good game on that Vi in Game 3 to keep IG alive in this best of 5 series. Let's take a look at some of the biggest clips of the game. Really, where this game turned around was this Otacon fight, and we just wanted to break this down a little bit further. I feel like that the way each top laner played this fight, Blockster, really defined how the rest of the game ended up going.
Absolutely. 369 is trying his absolute best to actually get a little bit of damage down, get a little bit of CC going, and he just is getting given the runaround, whereas the Shy is so sticky. That's one of the best things about the Rek'Sai, is that it's an incredibly difficult champion to get away from. The tunnel, and then if you get far enough away, the ulti can just follow you on through as well, and trying to just stop getting hit by the Rek'Sai, incredibly difficult. And you see right at the end here, 369 still isn't even able to get that last kill that he's trying for onto Gala. And this is now 3 games in a row where the Atacon has been a critical fight right here. It's very easy as a team in an ahead position to get onto Atacon first, get shredded through by the Atacon, and all of a sudden you put yourself in quite a bad position for the team fight, and we really saw it in that one.
And from there, I know we were pretty doomer on what it was looking like for IG, even in that game specifically. Remember, Cubby at the start of the game said, expected IDG to have to be up 2,000 to 3,000 gold at the 15-minute mark. That was not the case here, but it ended up turning around a little bit at the Otacon fight. They won another one around a dragon, and then this play here ended up defining the game. And it's just a simple pick on to Jackie 11. Hey, this is from game 2, so we got to find. Maybe I grabbed the wrong video here. We'll find. We'll try to figure this out in a little bit. But it
We've
was a
said
big
too
pick.
many nice things about IG. We now need to watch them sprint it in game 2.
That's my bad. We had an instance around the mid lane though, where Jackie Love gets picked off by Wei on the Vi, and that is all the big difference. And hey, that's where you got to give some more respect to your boy.
Yes, They played well. I'm excited because at least in this game, I think we got some of the reasons why we were excited about this Invictus Gaming roster going into the playoffs. The Shy having, I think, his best game of the postseason. He got bodied by Bin. He got bodied by Flanger, which is not something I thought I would be saying coming into these last couple of weeks. And if this is what it takes, I mean, we're getting first-time Rek'Sai. We're getting the first time in 6 years Camille. He's obviously having to reach this far in his bag because they know they are a handful of games away from potentially not winning.
Let's take a look at the clip just again. Obviously, the highlight showed the big fight that came afterwards, but just boom, ganked out of nowhere. Wei perfectly playing through the vision like we saw at the last game on the Xin Zhao, right, where he flashed over the wall, and we get another instance of Wei making a big time play here, Blockster. That was a big difference at the end of that game. But now, Vi's not going to be available anymore. No. We got to look ahead if IG want to try to force Silver Strapes, try to continue that road towards a reverse sweep. And now they're going to have to be on red side, which is traditionally a much more difficult challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we are really beginning to run out of that top tier of champions, and getting into people's bags already means that it's going to be very interesting, right? Are we going to see a couple of these bans that we've had the entire time stop happening? I think the Jarvan was something that we've seen banned pretty much the entire time. Does that come off of the board? I do also wonder if we're going to start seeing some more of these slightly more interesting jungle picks, potentially the Sylas, the Kiana, something like that, where you're just like pulling something out. Someone Lilia potentially as well, to just like say, hey, we're trying something completely different right now. For top lane matchups, I mean, you've still got yourself a lot of the boring standard stuff available. One thing I really don't want to see on my screen is I really do not want to see anybody, but specifically the Shy, pull out the Yorick. I hate the Yorick. I think that it's one of those champions that baits teams in so badly. If I never watch it again in my pro games, I will be very, very happy.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I am looking kind of similarly as to what champions are going to come off the ban table. I don't think Kiana's going to be one of them.
I'd be surprised.
That was banned all 10 games of the Grand Finals. And looking at the stats for playoffs, blue side, 56% win rate. Kind of tough.
Yeah.
Kind of tough.
So you're
It's
telling me there's a
disgusting.
44% chance that we go to game 5 here then? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm sure. You have a lot more faith in IG than I do, and I'm supposed to be the guy that believes.
Speaking of, before we head on over to our casters for the game number 4 draft, take a look at the predictions once again, just to get another sense of where we fully are at. Again, a lot of us had top esports favorite, and it goes back to the point blocks that you were making where, you know, we feel like maybe it's just one of those worlds where IG randomly win game number 3 before, you know, top esports win. That seems to be the consensus of myself, our play-by-play caster Yanni. The rest of y'all think that IG might be going for the reverse sweep. What's going on here, Alk?
Think that.
Well,
hoped
go
for.
Bloxer. I'll cover up afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that think that is what any of us here on the 2-3 to IG side. I think this is what we were hoping for, what we were excited by the prospect of potentially, but I don't think anybody thought that this was what was going to happen.
Look, all I'm going to say is, for all my IG faithful, it's time to believe. It's time to put your hands up, pray to the faith, give all of your energy to Rookie, to Gala, to the Shy, sometimes to Wei, to Mako. For the old men, the not-so-retirement home, we gotta bring it home here tonight. For everybody who thinks that there's a reverse sweep, you gotta put it on the cards now. Top Esports, who are even these guys? Can Jackie Love even win a tournament anymore? Who knows? Is Kanavi washed? Probably not, but we've seen a couple of games of him getting waxed. Is Cream a choker? I think if he loses this series, there's a potential argument that this guy can't win the big moments. I need a reverse sweep. I think if there's ever a time, Grapes, do you want to flip-flop? Do you want to come over to the faithful?
I'm holding strong for now, but I respect your willingness and your desire, your strong desire to not want to put that clown makeup on again, because I feel like that's what we're leaning towards right now.
I need Cubby and Yanni when we toss to them, which looks like it's going to be soon. Do you believe? Do you think that IG can make the reverse sweep? Cubby, Yanni, what are our answers here?
I don't think they can. I know that Cubby is praying, but my predictions are still alive, so I'm still on the train of top esports going up 3-1. And you know what? I really like that Alk brought up the idea of Cream potentially being a choker, right? Because I think that in big moments, Rookie has been a guy that's shrunk a lot over the last couple of years. But now that we're bringing up this idea that, like, hey, maybe Cream is too, I think we've got potential fraud off in the mid lane.
Hey, brother, I watched Game 5 of LPL Finals. I had a front row seat to the fraud off. I think Cream wins that one, sadly. But yeah, I wasn't really an IG fan until Elk mentioned the not-so-retirement home, and then I really started to pull for IG. So yeah, IG...
That's true.
Definitely the team that, I mean, look, we've been critical of them, and rightfully so. The first 2 games were pretty tough. That last game, was it the prettiest? No. But did they take some champs that could really sow some chaos and actually benefit in that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I really underestimated Rek'Sai in a low-damage game. And just the sheer amount of work that the Shy was able to do in the backline. I don't think that 369 and Hong played well enough to peel or create space for Jackie Love. So I think it was a bit of a team diff, but we have to credit what the Shy was able to do in that last game. For IG, big turnaround for him from the first 2 games. Z stepped up on a unique champ, and we'll see what else he's able to do. Really like the point that Elk brought up about him digging deep. 2 unique champions for him being played already in this gauntlet out of the first 3 games. Curious if that continues or not. That aside, Ban's coming in. Going to be a little bit of pressure towards the Shy to take away the Ornn, and they don't want to see that pocket in Italy that he's willing to bring out. And that tells me it might actually be an early 369 Renekton.
Yeah, we'll see. And we really need to see something, I think, out of 369 here. I mean, I think that in the finals, he was just kind of a passenger. And, you know, in this fight for who is the better top laner out of 2 top laners who've been so excellent throughout the year, the Shy was the first to make his mark in the series. We'll see if he's able to do it again. A guy who's been so excellent on tanks. He's now drawn 2 out of the 3 initial bans. We're seeing Jarvan come through here for Kanavi. That means that IG is going to have to be very careful about taking champions that are unable to escape the Cataclysm.
Yeah, I mean, J4 has really risen in priority, especially in Fearless Draft. I mean, sometimes just having a better comp identity is big in these later games. What better way to start a comp identity than being like, okay, Jarvan, Flag and Drag, Cataclysm, you don't have Flash, big win for us. You do have Flash, you probably have to use it. And then we get another timer to have. So Playing around flash timer is going to be very significant here for top. As IG, they answer with a Skarner for Wei. I think that this is a good pick for him. Just kind of fits the comfort. And then MF. I mean, the Impale is really big for the bullet time, but MF is pretty vulnerable to Jarvan. The best defense you can really have is BT, push, and strength, which top esports are going to slam that Kalista Renata right off the bat. So we'll see what Mako wants to grab to help with this. I think this is asking for a bard. Baby. It's just that or asking for a bard.
I want something super aggressive like a Blitzcrank to just be able to really try to punish this Renata, blow her up immediately before she can bail out, before she can drop her ultimate, because that ultimate is going to be so disruptive in this game. I mean, I respect that IG is sticking to what they think is good here. They are drafting for themselves, even at the risk of putting Gala in tough scenarios. I think the Bard was a good shout. I think it is the proper pick, but I would have very much preferred the Blitzcrank.
Between Skarner, between Bard, walls don't really matter for IG. So they're going to try and cheat that terrain.
They hit it in game 2. They'll just pass it in game 4.
Yeah, they're just going to magical journey their way right on through. As actually, Talia snipes out. That's something that we probably should have highlighted there. That was an option for Rookie, but I think Talia, a really tough pick in the Jarvan. You do not have good interactions in the Jarvan. He can get out of the... Like, he eats the stun from the Unraveled Earth, but he still gets the flag and drag through. Doesn't get comboed very easily. So I like the fact that Rookie doesn't go Talia, but also can respect the fact that it's still being banned, as Talia provides a lot of power just throwing the rocks out against Kanavi. As I mean, Jason Kenneban, the Shy has really deprioritized Renekton this year. Yeah. Those are the two bans that I would throw out if I want to blind Renekton. And I think that we could see that from the Shy here. As they're I mean, again, I think that you just slam Renekton here.
What else is it going to be?
And I mean, you might get the 369 Gragas, which could be big. You know.
Yeah, it really could, but you know, that would
be a 9,
huge.
could be a Karsa quote being Necro. You know, you never know.
It would be really good for top esports as well to be able to try to disrupt this Misfortune and this Skarner a little bit more. It looks like we're going to see a blind Gwen coming through. Cream's Akali is available. It's being hovered. It's being locked in.
That is a good response, and I am surprised it is Gwen. I am a little surprised, again, it wasn't Renekton, as I really feel like Jason Kennebans were setting up for that. But Gnar taken for 369, and now, Rookie, you got 5-pick. Couple of the good answers to Akali are missing. I don't like Silas that much this game. I think your value's not the best. I would like a TF a lot. I would like a TF a lot. I think the ability to cheat terrain, that gold card for me with Gwen, you got enough damage behind it. What?
Oh! Okay!
Mid Lulu? Or top Lulu?
Goodness. All right, where... Well, wait, what would be...
It's mid Lulu.
There's no way. It's gotta be
this is the answer to Akali. Yeah, I mean, you have the Polymorph, you got the shield, you have the R to disrupt the Akali R1 or R2. If you cast the R, that knockup cancels it.
And you get to buff your Gwen later.
Yeah, this is a wild one. I don't know if they have enough damage overall, but the Polymorph is... You can't doubt the value that's going to provide.
I saw them taking a while to trade, and I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, we're not getting that crazy. Yeah. Man, this is a left fielder.
This is a throwback. This is a throwback for sure.
I think the last time I've seen a mid Lulu, it was like... God, I think TL played it... I know that they played it top into a cannon, and then they got melted. But this is a very strong laning pick. Rookie has the ability to really punish and push around the Akali in lane. Your damage from the E, the auto attacks with the health picks, even the Glitter Lance, where you can chain this together. It is an oppressive laning pick for Rookie. And you have defensive tools against Akali later on. Of course, the damage runs out. It falls off. This is a supportive pick for Rookie. But we'll see how much value he can get. And if the Shy can get going and he can buff up that Gwen... That's where some of the power of the Lulu, we could feel that later on. There definitely is enough damage, I think, with the Gwen and MF against the comp the top esports has. We'll have to see if that's the case.
The last time he played it was in 2021 summer against Thunder Talk. He is 19-13 on it in his career. The build had shifted to a little bit more supportive from full AP back in like 2018. We'll see what he picks up here as we're on Summoner's Rift for Game 4 of this best of 5 series. IG looking to send us the Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, it's time to do some research for the pro builds here. See if anyone's been playing on any Lulu. I'm getting a little fishy with it.
I've heard whispers, but I really haven't heard
I haven't heard
anything
anything
more.
about
To
this.
be,
I've not
to
heard
be,
anything about this.
To be honest with you, it's not a whole lot. And yeah, you know, this is a really solid pick into this Akali. Now, the issue is that it still does fall victim to the Jarvan, right? This is a really nice pick, but it does fall victim to the Jarvan. So we'll see if Kanavi is able to get on top of Rookie and cause a lot of problems.
I mean, it can, but also you can cancel the flag and drag with your R. As you can see, Solo Q hates mid Lulu over there on the Super server. I really can't blame them, as mid Lulu does have a 43% win rate.
Scale very well, I don't think.
It does not. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking to see if anyone's been playing this mid at all. And I can't find it.
Where's the LS tier list? Where's the LS tier list?
Yeah, I mean, again, I can see the logic into Akali. Like, this would be an old school answer. Like, when looking at it, I mean, again, those auto attacks hurt. You can bully and punish early. The polymorph is big, but definitely a unique pick coming through for Rookie. We'll have to see if he can cash in.
See if he's able to get it done. Meanwhile, we've sent Gala up solo to deal with 369, and I really love this because this is the ranged Gnar. We did see this come through in LCK, and this is perfect. This allows the Shy to have a little bit of extra protection from Mako.
All right. Well, I mean, it isn't a unique one. I think that the Shy, whenever you play Gwen, you want Gwen to get as many resources as possible. And so
Gala's
usually
up way too far.
I just disagree with this swap, like 4 Gwens, as we were going to see Gala.
Flash
the
for
flash.
flash.
Kanavi can't find it.
Yep, Gala does get slowed up, but it'll be okay. So, a bit of a punish there. I think you need a bit of perhaps a deeper reward.
Tough wave.
If you're going to do something like that. And now,
that's a good call out,
as you said,
actually.
bad position.
I like that call out on the ward specifically, Yanni. I think that's a good read, because when you're that far up in lane, you can't do anything against the Jarvan like that. So, yeah, I mean, very peculiar start that we have here. Looks like we do have Gala moving down to find the 2v2, and this really boxes in the Shy, who has to TP to a really crap wave. And 369 is going to be up a hair, and Jaculov is going to be up a good amount here against Gala.
Yeah, I like the idea. It just seems like after that gank, the execution is kind of gone to the wayside, and you know, you do lose out on any potential 2v2 power. Obviously, I do think Kalista Renata a little bit stronger than Bard Misfortune, but
100%,
Bard Misfortune can scrap. This is something that would be able to show up with a jungle gank coming through from Wei. So now that ability is still back on the table, and it means that Wei's game can have some ganks in it early on.
They can scrap, but not early on. Like early on, Renata Kalista with no base or first base. And taking this lane every time.
We're face checking here.
Gala,
we have no backup
flash.
either. Gala's in trouble because Jaculov will flash toward him and hop toward him. He's slowed up, and the Ren, the auto, it's there. They managed to get first blood, and now we're looking for a little bit more. Kanavi showing up. Mako and Wei are out.
Very clear the top esports did not think, or IG didn't think the top esports would stick around that long. Because Gala face checking that one. Jaculov and Hong making him look a little silly.
It's the guy without flash face checking too.
Yeah, it's a big win. And Kanavi was even there too, so like the top pressure, he was at least there to hover and try to transition it into bot, which didn't even need his help. Successfully done by the squad, and a good start here for top esports.
It feels like IG has kind of rolled their ankle out of the gate here, and they're going to be limping along for a little bit. A lot of your early game power now quashed behind, having to deal with the fact that you have no summoners whatsoever. Is going to be problematic for some of these fights, especially because you're not getting the usual raw power you'd expect out of your mid laner. You're getting a lot more utility. Dragon up on the table. It is an Ocean Drake. We have Grubs. About 3 minutes is what that means, and you really want to secure these for the Shy.
I mean, would love to get Grubs early on, but I think the situation across the map is pretty dim.
It's poor.
As we've got a Kalista that's ahead, Gwen that's very far behind in that top lane, and I mean, Jaculov is only going to get further and further ahead, catching this massive bot lane, and just with the item advantage that he's sitting out in lane right now.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. He's down a lot of CS right now. The good news is, at least in the mid lane, hey, Rookie's up in CS. Things are nice there, as it looks like we are dealing with a couple of issues here. We're gonna have to cut away for a small second while we attempt to repair some of the issues that we've been dealing with on the feed just now. Cubby, early on, things not looking too good for IG. How are they going to be able to stop the bleeding and turn this around?
Oh, geez. I mean, we'll see. I think that for them, it's got to be, honestly, around the Lulu. The issue with the Lulu is that usually if you're going to play Enchantress mid, you want to pair it with a jungler that brings a lot of damage to the table. That jungler is not Skarner, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a damage Skarner here from Hwei. So, if anything, I think that it has to be a big bullet time probably coming out from Gala, or a big setup from Mako.
The combo with,
I don't like the grub
ultimate.
fight. I think grub fight is going to be very dangerous. If anything, they have tools to try and zone out the Kalista and go from there. But we'll see what ends up happening. As we're going to dive right back in. Shout out to our production for getting things sorted for us, as it looks like Dragon was sniped away by Kanavi there in the break.
Yep.
So,
and one further moment about the grubs is we're going to see a gank in the mid lane here. Kanavi's going to show up. I don't think they'll actually do anything to Rookie. It's just a push. You don't want to give them over to 369 for free either, right? This is going to be very problematic, because Rookie is all up in the face of these guys. He's going to pop his ultimate and try to continue to force away Kanavi and Cream and make sure that the conditions are not good to clear this wave.
I mean, good start for the Lulu, and the first mid Lulu we're seeing since Scout picked it in 2021 versus WE. That's been a lot of days, almost 1,500.
Yeah.
As Rookie bringing it back. Looks like Q-Max for him, so he's going to be going damage here on the Lulu, and it looks like a Roa to start. We'll see where he goes from there. Definitely an opportunity for him to grab some support items, like if they want to run double redemption or pick up a Shirelia's between the Bard and the Lulu, I would not be surprised at all. So just kind of curious to see where he ends up going. The only mid Lulu game I was able to find was a Ludens into a Storm Surge, so a very solo queue Lulu. I don't think we're going to be expecting to see that from Rookie here.
What do you think of the Rod of Ages, like, conceptually here? I think the Rod into Redemption seems like it could be pretty good.
I kind of hate Roa, actually, on Lulu. I think that you have to build AP. I don't think you get a lot of value out of, like, the mana and the health you're stacking, but that's okay.
I mean, you do have the Shy for your AP, so it looks like IG will sneak in, will sneak one grub, will Magical Journey their way out, so...
That's
it's fine, right? It's okay.
That is fine.
You get at least one. You make sure that 369 doesn't get all access to throw all three of them, and there was really never any danger.
The bummer for me is that they rotated off for this, honestly. Like, I'll take the one grub for two, but did you need to bring the Shy up for this? Because when you're playing Gwen, I think anytime that you can get Gwen more resources, it's big.
Yeah.
And kind of like going back... Yeah, like going back to game one, we definitely saw Top Esports cross-country IG a couple times where... I feel like we just saw that from the Shy here, who cross-countryed up to, kind of help with one grub. I don't think they necessarily needed him for that. He had TP, could have joined anyway. So, yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity by IG there to maybe take a little bit more across the map.
Yep, that means that the Shy will continue to be down in CS. He's got 56 at the 9-minute mark here. This is not really where you want your Gwen to be, and Gala is also similarly struggling in the CS department. Your guys that you've been really hanging your hat on throughout the entire year as the strong laners of your team are the ones who have been put in some ill positions, and perhaps thinking about it more, that early lane swap is ill-fated because of it. You introduce instability to some of your most stable players.
I mean, I do think that getting MF out of the Kalista Renata lane with the Bard is good. Like, you get smacked in that 2v2 very early on, so I can understand it from that aspect, like trying to at least flip how that matchup usually goes. But yeah, I mean, Gala losing Flash was significant, and I think it was a big part of the reason why we're seeing both the Shy and Gala be down a good chunk of CS against their opponents. So IG down 1,500 gold so far, and definitely a little bit of a hodgepodge composition where we think there can be enough damage, but frankly, where the damage is coming from, it would have to be from the threats of the Gwen and the MF, and both of those characters being very far behind. I think that is a concerning start for IG.
Yeah, things need to go really right for them, especially given the fact that that Gwen isn't going to be a big player in the early game. You're going to have to wait for a couple of items, or unless you find a really opportunistic fight. Those might be hard to come by. Now, Dragon will be up in 1 minute and 10 seconds. I do wonder if IG will try their luck at a fight. It's going to be very difficult to do so because, again, Jackie Love so far ahead. Hong with the hostile takeover as well against the stationary MF is just going to be a prospect that is going to be very difficult to deal with. It's going to require a tempered fate into a perfectly timed Skarner ultimate, into a perfectly timed bullet time, which just sounds like too much to try to accomplish at once.
Well, at least the Skarner ult can hold people in place for you with the bullet time. You know, that makes things a bit easier.
Yeah, it just has to be all perfectly timed is the issue.
It's okay. We'll see if they're
and
able
you have to hit
pull it off.
Kanavi, too. Otherwise, it could just get interrupted.
He's going to be a slippery one. I think that they're going to look for other members. It's sometimes hard to play around that flag and drag, which can buffer a lot. But see if IG's up to the task again. I think pretty easy for us to sit here and say that on paper, like this comp looks like it's a little bit harder to execute for IG. I find that to be pretty reasonable. But yeah, they did it in Game 3. And hey, I think that they benefited from the chaos of Game 3. Like,
true.
Rek'Sai did a lot of work. We were not expecting that coming in. So, got to give the Shy and IG some props. They were able to actually win out a little bit from all the chaos, and so they can do it again.
Dragon up right now, and it looks like Top Esports are the ones to start that one up. Jackie Love is there too. Her objective security is incredibly high with that combo, with that Rend available. Scream is looking to aggress a little bit on Rookie, but Rookie, a lot of movement speed. Here we go. People are cut off. Tempered Fate lands, and the Dragon got stolen. Here's the bullet time, but interrupted immediately by Kanavi. There's the hostile takeover as well, and now they're caught in the pit. Cream flashes.
Cream can't
get anywhere. Now we're going to look for Rookie, and Rookie is the one who's knocked up multiple times, pulled in, and taken down. Cream looking for Mako. Heal is there, and the 5-point strike not enough to take out Mako.
I mean, I think IG will take that Dragon. They get a Mountain Dragon for the rest of the game. Yeah, they lose out on a member, but that's a big steal away as Gala was able to take that one down with what looked to be just the rain, right? That was kind of a goofy one here as Top really missed out on an opportunity, and that's a Dragon missed out by an Akali Kalista Renata comp. And I know that we're looking at IG's comp. We're not exactly sure what the scaling is going to look like with a mid-Lulu pick that we haven't seen across major 4 regions all year. But yeah, that's a hell of an IC there. Bullet time canceled by Kanavi. By the way. That's well played. I mean, this fight ends up being tough. I think it's really big that Cream couldn't get in. Good flash from Rookie. That bought a lot of time before Cream got in. Rookie just took one step too far forward. Cream gets on him. Good synergy there from Kanavi to make sure that he falls. And then Mako, the heal, going to be just enough space to get out of that last Q from Akali. So, overall, I think IG is fine with that.
Him on the cape. Yeah, IG is really fine with that. Because breaking that Dragon stacking buys you at least 5 more minutes of the Shy scaling up in a position where, you know, if Top Esports secure the next 2, right? And that's exactly what you want. Opportunity to get the Shy into the game at any means necessary. We are a minute until the Rift Herald, and we know that Rift Herald is always a good opportunity for not only teams to secure another Dragon, but also break open the game in spots like these where Top Esports is hovering around a near 3,000 gold lead. They can bust it wide open with a good fight at the Herald.
Yeah, they have redemption advantage and, I mean, gold advantage at the moment. I think as long as redemption is showing in the inventory and there's no access to one from IG, this is where I would trade it out for, you know, plates or free time on Gwen bot. So I think any time that IG can buy around this Rift Herald, you're okay sacking it if the Shy gets something on the other side. So, an important note, no parts of feats have been secured yet. A Rift secure would mean objectives at least go over to Top Esports, and we're still looking at first brick now that plates have fallen. So, feats very much up in the air.
Definitely favors Top Esports for the moment, though, because
yeah.
As long as you don't die 3 straight times before you get a kill in this next objective fight, you're sitting pretty for a potential boot upgrade. I did see Rookie invest his teleport into the top side here. So now the Shy will have to contend with Cream for now, with Cream having a level up for the moment. Okay, you see a little bit of combat in between the mid and top lane here as Cream very much getting the better of the Shy right now. Again, he is just far too weak at this point in the game to really contest against these solo laners for Top Esports. And even if he went against Kalista, I would be worried.
Yeah, he needs time. Akali into Gwen, actually pretty positive matchup, especially at this point of the game. Gwen needs some items to get big enough where Gwen can't get one-shot by Akali. But that is a pseudo counter we've seen a little bit in the top side. So good to see Cream at least hopefully taking advantage of that, as he is a very proficient Akali player. And yeah, I mean, this Rift fight, so far Cream has not had to come. The Shy is going to base and maybe try and TP in, but I think the Rift is already gone.
Yeah, that thing got melted. There was no hope there.
No chance for the Shy to join. He's just going to get the funding guys and go back bot. And yeah, I mean, no acceleration of the Gwen to like trade out the Herald being taken. It's just a straight up win for Top Esports.
Almost a 3,500 gold lead now for Top Esports as they continue to pull away. Small leads in the mid and top lane, but that lead in the bottom lane is really where it's at. 1,500 gold. At least Gala has that Bloodthirster to keep him upright for a little bit, but it is still not a ton of damage at this point in the game, especially early on where Misfortune can be really strong. We've got this Dragon up in 30 seconds. You know that Top Esports is going to want to pick this one up.
15 seconds away. I really don't see the strength in IG's inventories to match the might the Top Esports can bring to this one. I look at the mid difference, the gold advantage too for Jaculov, the powers showing in the inventory as well. Redemption has at least been matched by Mako, but I think for IG, I mean, yeah, they're down quite a bit of gold. I think a lot of their fights are just going to rely around a superior setup and execution. Again, I think their fights are a little bit difficult to execute, but we'll see if they're up to the task. They're definitely going to be fighting this one, I think, down tempo and down strength. As Rift Herald is popped and will be driven into the mid-outer.
Okay, nice.
We'll buy the Bard ult, but I think that means you're dropping this Dragon. As that is the biggest tool in terms of opening up the setup for IG around a potential fight. I'd be very surprised if they wanted to commit to a full fight after that.
Maybe they'll try to look for a pick here. I am very surprised by this. We're even getting a TP. All right, well, you have to go in. The exhaust is out. They throw everything at Wei, and Wei's forced to flash away. He's stuck in the Cataclysm, too. His Impale comes in so late. What is IG doing? The Shy has now been caught out, and he's going to fall. What a hostile takeover from Top Esports. And IG should consider themselves lucky they were in a position to lose everyone from that fight.
Yeah, I did not see that fight for IG, and Top Esports, they saw a fight for themselves that was pretty positive, as the Gwen's just not big enough yet, and I really disagree with IG trying to match every objective.
Yeah.
Like, you need to trade out some of these objectives, get strength on stride. Look at his lane. He has the entire lane to play through. If they stall this out, you could actually buy a TP away from 369, where you could open up a window later on in the game to play with TP advantage. Instead, they TP in and try and contest when they're down money, down tempo, down raw strength of champions on the map, and they get blitzed by Top Esports because they opted into a fight that was better for Top at this point of the game.
This is another scenario of IG seemingly not understanding where the strength of their comp lies in this game. The early game had passed you by. You are not strong enough with the Misfortune combo with the Impale. It just would not happen even if you put it together. You will have to rely on getting the Shy to late game, and instead we're forcing fights for no reason. For a Dragon that we could have given up because we took one earlier. And now they're down 5,000 gold, Cubby, 20 seconds away from an Otacon on the bot side. This is a scenario that IG has found themselves in this series before, and a scenario that they have not won. Stun going down on a Cream, but it doesn't mean a thing.
I mean, you have an Otacon fight coming up. That's a really big objective. Look at where Gwen's at. Like, you're not at 2 items yet. I think that you really want to have Gwen, like, at an item and a half to 2 items at this point of the game if you're going to even think about contesting stuff like an Otacon. And they've taken away that own scenario from themselves because of how aggressively they've tried to play around these objectives when they've just been down strength. And, I mean, again, like, the Bard ulting of the tower, I really felt like it was going to be a straight give and play for Gwen after that. The fact they opted into the fight after blowing their biggest setup tool for me to really, open up these windows for a big bullet time, a big Impale, or, I mean, even a big Wild Growth, right? That can combo kind of nicely off of some stuff. That's all gone, and now you're staring at Nauticon being sniped down by Top Esports, and they have the Callista Smite. I don't think there's any contest available for IG.
Oh, Gala tried it again. Here comes the bullet time over the top. Look for Jackie Love. Jackie Love is bleeding out. They got him, and he will fall. Okay, here we go. The Shy down to about half HP. They were not able to secure the Otacon that time. It went to Top Esports. But can IG get anything more? It feels like they must, but they can't. It's just Jackie Love.
Bullet time. Otacon still falls as Top Esports. They didn't get too many flowers off that, so I don't think it's a massive game changer.
Kanavi once in. All right, Way.
Look at 369.
Magical journey. Cream is cut off. The 369 on the backside. The Shy is dead. And Rookie is just cut off from the team, unable to help. But Kanavi bleeds out. Gala's starting to make plays. Hang on. This is a big turnaround. Cream is low, being chased down by Way. Will he be able to escape with that Cloud Rift trying to help him out? Way trying to be the big driver. And he slams Cream up against the wall.
Shut down.
And he shuts him down.
Big fight from IG. The Lulu is actually huge in this one as the wild growth from Rookie pretty much nullifies the Akali trying to go in and fight. And they went into an MF where not all the tools they had were available. Their biggest carry, the biggest lead they had was in Jackie Love, not at the fight. And Top Esports, they biff it a little bit as they give IG a route back into this game. Let's take another look from the start. This is a beautiful bullet time coming out. Synergized very nicely with the Shy. Jackie Love gets 100 to 0'd in that window. And then, I mean, the rest of the fight, it's kind of Top running. The re-engage, though, very questionable here from Top, and I think we really saw the strength of the Lulu in this skirmish. As I want you to keep your eyes on Rookie. I mean, first off, Mako getting out of this is huge. Cataclysm kind of nullified. But look at Cream trying to go in here. He's going to take down the Shy, but now Rookie's able to get involved in the back half of the fight. And yeah, that wild growth onto Gala was clutch. That was a fight winner. As if Gala goes down, I mean, the bailout connects on a Kanavi, so he lives as the Jarvan. But that wild growth was clutch as hell. As Rookie makes sure that his carry gets to stand tall. They went out on the rest, and we're back into another bullet time.
This is good damage, but again, another good hostile takeover. And here's the attempt to turn around. Way is forced out, but Kanavi is getting low. The Shy trying to get his ultimate down. Ew, what a protection job there by Rookie, but he's not able to get it done. And now we're looking to kill Mako as Top Esports are starting to pull back once again.
I mean, guys, we saw one fight without Jackie Love and another fight with Jackie Love. That seemed to be a big difference for Top Esports as Jackie Love was able to stand and fire, was a giant hostile takeover from Hong to really stop IG in their tracks, and that bullet time just didn't quite connect in the same way. They were missing out on the damage over the top from the Shy this time around, as let's see how this one at least started off. Way goes in, finds the Impale on the Jackie Love, but he gets stuck. So he can't really drag them back in, and Jackie Love, that stun from Mako was good, but he was just outside of the range from the bullet time. Now the Shy, I think he played this fight a little bit too fast. That wild growth actually took 2 members out of the Tempered Fate from Mako, which is a big deal because he could have followed up with a Q afterwards. So he goes down, and now the tempo increases. Cream.
Okay, not able to actually take out Ways. He provides some protection for the Shy, who 0 and 3. Take a look. Rookie did not go into Redemption, that second item. Instead, he's going for the Staff of Flowing Water. I actually very much like this pickup. I think that's a wise choice there, but Redemption is such a powerful item, though. So it's unfortunate not to have it, but it does give you a little bit of extra damage.
They already have one.
Rookie.
This does really buff up Gwen. Like, the Gwen Qs are going to hit a little bit different with this item. So that, and also, I mean, it increases the bullet time, right? It's increasing your power on the abilities. So I'm actually really curious to see, like, what Gala can do with any of these buffs that Lulu's going to be providing. I can't remember the last time I've even seen this item built. But keep in mind,
I built it the other day.
It's 45 ability power for 4 seconds. MF definitely has some AP scalings on top of Gwen, you know, with that bullet time, with that make it rain. So I guess there is some real value here for IG in this item.
We'll see if they're able to make the most of it. This Baron is up. It feels like this game is hanging on a thread for IG. Their eyes on the 3rd world seed to avoid T1 hanging by a thread, and yet they are still alive. They are still in it now. Cubby, with Top Esports on 3 Dragons and a Soul on the horizon in 3 minutes, what sort of impact do you expect the Cloud Soul to have on this game? Do you think it is going to put Top Esports over the top?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cloud Soul is really big, actually. In terms of you're trying to get out of bullet times, you're trying to get out of Tempered Fates, trying to get out of Impales. You're giving Cloud Soul to a Jarvan, Gnar, Kalista, Akali, a comp that kind of needs to close the gap and make plays.
Seems so good.
It's the highest win rate Soul. You know, I sometimes hate to beat that drum, but
that's fake sometimes. But in this game,
I think this game it's
real.
very effective. You're looking for angles ultimately. Can definitely help provide angles. That said, I'm a little bit worried about getting to Gala. I think that as this game moves forward, this damage from Top Esports is going to fall off. Like, you don't have the same burst damage at this point of the game that you had earlier on with the Akali. I still think that if Cream connects a Shuriken backflip on the Gala, then, I mean, you can melt, but you got to go through a Wild Growth, a Polymorph, and a lot more in theory to try and reach Gala. And, I mean, Gala is building the IE items. He's pretty big.
Yeah, he's huge.
We could see what, like, this is, again, kind of a science experiment. Like, we haven't seen a Lulu like this in a little bit, so I think we're all kind of learning together what the impact of this Staff of Ever-Flowing Water Lulu is going to have on this Misfortune and this game. But at even items, I'm going to take the team with a Lulu 27 minutes in, and that 80 carry, frankly, over whatever the other team has, because Gala can do a lot with that pick. As Lulu, no better friend to an 80 carry than a Lulu.
I think what IG needs to do in whatever the next upcoming fight is to somehow bait this hostile takeover out of Hong. Allow
That's a good call.
Gala the ability to
Yeah.
sit with this bullet time. Yeah, Hong's hostile takeovers have been so good this game. They're hitting multiple members, and if they're not, they're forcing IG to scatter, which is the antithesis of their entire game plan. A minute until this dragon is up. That could be the time. Jackie Love's Terminus has been completed. This series could hit the Terminus as well in 55 seconds.
Yeah, it could send us all to the terminals to go to Dallas for the rest of the weekend, too.
True! I cannot wait.
Yeah, double Black Cleaver on the top side. I gotta say, for this one, 369 is gonna have to get another Mega Timer going. He's gonna look to pop it and then get another one going. He's gonna have it on time. For a dragon. He's done a nice job of managing this one. I think the Shy being at 2 items is nice, but it's not dire.
He's starting to hit hard a little bit.
He's hitting harder, but I mean, this isn't a 3-item Gwen that can threaten. This is what Top Esports can do. Kalista can play very aggressively and liberally around these objectives and threaten those smites. Again, Top Esports, they love a Cloud Soul, but they don't have to take it. They could easily give one for a Baron and be very happy about that too. As they have, I mean, they've only taken down 2 turrets. So a Baron would, in theory, net them 3 to 4 turrets minimum.
So little vision coming out here. Now we're seeing some teleports happening on the map here. It's 369. He's going to immediately meet the Shy in the jungle. We'll see if Wei wants to move toward him because, yes, he is very far up. He's still mini. Wei can't get close enough as this dragon is just getting melted. Tempered Fate's coming through. Here we go. IG really want a piece of this. The Shy is not full HP. The Redemption is coming out just for themselves. Here we go.
Take over.
Hostile takeover. 1, 2. Hitting 3. Hit the Misfortune on the backside 2. And that's a problem. Gala can flash. He can run. But he can not hide. Top Esports have beaten IG in this fight. They may have just beaten IG in this series. They get an ace, they get a soul, they get a Baron.
I mean, I think it's kind of tough for IG to check some of these brushes, but a lackadaisical approach to a Cloud Soul in a do-or-die game when you have to win this game to make it to Worlds, or if you lose, you have a best of 5 to win just to face Faker and T1. IG not awake, not up to the task, as they let the Dragon go to the wayside, sign up for a terrible fight afterwards, and that bleeds into a Baron as well, as Top Esports has taken full control of this game 4 and are bound to book their tickets to Worlds.
IG never met a fight they didn't like, but on Saturday, maybe they should reconsider some of these. Take a look at this replay again. They were never in position, and once again, it's Hong with another great hostile takeover.
I mean, the hindsight to me is why chase 369 earlier? Because, like, you saw 369 exit after the TP in. You could have avoided him and tried to get to that banana brush faster, and then kind of like played around that line, maybe gotten a little bit of Dragon Vision earlier on. They had to play that one so fast because they chased 369 it prompted a pretty poor tempered fate, just using it for scouting and to buy time to actually get in. And again, that's the biggest engage, the biggest setup tool we've been teasing for IG. The fights where they haven't been able to use it positively. Think about the Dragon fight they signed up for when they used it on their turret, or that one just chasing 369 completely unwarranted. I think gave them a very bad Dragon setup overall, and that's going to give Top Esports complete control of the game, complete control of the series, and only a couple steps away from making Worlds.
And complete control of their destiny,
That's
too.
That's it.
It's another one. The exclamation point does not come from the mid lane. It does not come from the AD carry. It comes from your support. Hong, a fantastic series. He has been the better support. He has willed Top Esports to their 3rd seed to Worlds and critically avoids a date with Faker.
Jackie Love makes Worlds. I mean, again, Top Esports, they have been our #1 team if you combine the 3 regular seasons of the 3 splits we've had for LPL. And for Jackie Love, a player who won MVP, who is back.
Thank you very much to Yanni and Cubby for a tremendous cast of this series. And man, thought that maybe we were looking at Silver Scrapes. Thought we got pretty excited about the draft and everything like that, but fortunately for my analysts down here who both
Usurped.
No, we're good. We're still cruising, Yanni. What are you talking
we're
about?
Cruising.
It's a big one for Jackie
We're back,
Love.
baby.
A big one for Top Esports.
I thought we weren't back, but we are back. Yes, it is huge. These guys get an opportunity finally to right their wrongs from Split 1. You know how long they had to sit on that failure at first stand? Because you know that we talked about it over here. You know it was talked about it over in LPL circles over in China. And you know those guys have been thinking it too. And they are going to get their opportunity. It took them a little bit longer than they would have wanted, but they are finally going to get it. And with the way this team has played lately, I am excited to see them take on the rest of the world. And I hope that the caster desk feels the same way, because we're going to kick it back over to them for them to review this series.
And now you get us, Surreal. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. Thank you very much to Yanni and Cubby for a great cast of that 3-1 series. And hey, looks like the play-by-plays were the more correct people in terms of our predictions this time around. Alka Blocks are here to finish off our coverage of this series. Congratulations once again to Top Esports for booking their ticket to Worlds. And man, Alka, it felt inevitable from the start, but we had a little bit of hope for IG going for the miracle run at during that Game 4.
Yeah, there was look, I even got some drool over here from my cat because I think she fell asleep thinking that we were going to win this game. Like, there was hope there, and I love the call towards the end. Hong stepping up and being the support that Top Esports needed after a year of ups and downs with Crisp, obviously then trading him for Hong. Nobody thought this was going to be the right fit for this team. Nobody thought that Hong was going to be the guy that helped Top Esports finish top 2 and now qualify as the 3rd seed going into Worlds for the LPL. I'm really excited for this team. Obviously, it hasn't been as clean of a year that maybe some of the Top Esports fan wants, but they've proven to be a top-level team here in the league, and they deserve to go to Worlds more than any other team here.
It's been a fun ride here for Invictus Gaming, and it hasn't ended just yet as they get to play against the winner of JDG versus Weibo on Saturday, Bloxer. But, at least, here's the thing I'll say. They were able to experiment a little bit. They whipped out some fun stuff, and the theory was definitely there. It's just the way that things were eventually executed maybe were not.
Yeah, I mean, like we were highlighting already, Hong on both the Nico and then on the Renata in this game was going off on one. There were multiple team fights where maybe there's a chance, maybe there's a way you can make this one work, and then all of a sudden there's a 4-man, there's a 5-man hostile takeover coming over the top of everyone, and what can you do at that point? It made it almost impossible to play out, and we never really got to see that fight that you're looking for in a composition that has a Lulu. There was never a moment where you're able to just sit there and buff up the MF, bop up that Gwen, and get them rolling into the later stages of the game. They were dying almost immediately, the hostile taker was coming on through, and it was just so tricky to play out. You see it here. I mean, every single time the hostile takeover happened, there was just it just stopped anything IG were building, any momentum that they had, dead in its tracks.
I'm looking at this draft again, and from Top Esports perspective, Corki has been a champion that has been getting banned repeatedly. Not because I think Gala's going to be able to play it, but mostly I think it band-aids a lot of the early laning phase for this bottom lane. And then the second two bans in blue side, first pick is Ornn and Nidalee. The Nidalee one more often, I think, for Thashai because they're potentially setting up for a Gnar angle in this game. I'm looking at this and I'm just like, what happened in top lane? Because the Camille game didn't work. Barely did we get over the hump in game number 3 to kind of bring us here. And then we have Gwen Thashai, who didn't mechanically perform well. The Lulu, in theory, works with with this champion, but I don't think it's a great pairing with an MF. And then you have a tank jungler. So, am I just waiting for Skarner to be the main engage?
Yeah.
That's not great. Like, I think there are bits and pieces of this draft that could work, but we didn't really get to see any great tank play coming in for Thashai, which is where he mostly made his bread and butter going throughout the regular season.
And, you know, obviously, given the way the result of this game ended, the use of the word love is embarrassing a little bit here, but I love the way that IG drafted this game for comp and played even the first 5 minutes of the game. Lane swapping the Shy down to the bottom lane to help him get the early levels, trying to really funnel into that top side where you'd have the Lulu-Gwen combo to 1v9 the game. That's what we were hoping for all game long. But then they just start flipping these major objectives at 10 minutes before we get fully scaled, and it results in top esports with their, you know, more early game oriented comp and champions like Kalista for Jackie Love to be able to really take off. And IG were never able to get into that best position.
No, they were just constantly fighting in spots where they really didn't have a way in. You saw it multiple times. We've seen it in these highlights as well, where you've got so much setup around an objective already from top esports. They've also got themselves a combo that should almost always just be able to secure if you're already there, right? Your Kalista throwing those spears in, you should just be able to Ren smite it away, and there's no way of stealing it. So if you want to fight at these objectives, you have to get there first, or you just have to give up and go trade it for a different objective on the other side of the map. We were never seeing that. Instead, every single time, IG felt like they were going to be tourists to go watch the Drake get taken down, and then the hostile takeover across multiple members to draw them in, and the fights were lost from there. There was just bad decision making throughout the entirety of that late mid game, and then into the late game, and it was really rough to watch.
Just like decision making, I think that the entire all of post season here for IG has been bad decision making. That's been the hallmark of them getting knocked out of these playoffs in 5th, 6th. Like, what is going on with these guys? I mean, Hong deserves an MVP. Very glad. I'm happy for him, especially for the year that he's had after what was a terrible time on Weibo. Now he gets to go to Worlds and hopefully bring some glory to the LPL at the World Championship later on this year. But IG, they need to kick it into overdrive now. There's no more, we get a little bit of a break. You get basically a day and a half before you get to see the winners of Weibo and JDG. We actually have our bracket ready for everybody at home as to what's going to be happening later on. These next 2 days are going to be the last 2 broadcasts we have here on LPL English. And unless that JDG Weibo series is truly the most disgusting series of all time, I have a hard time, even as the IG faithful here, seeing them being able to beat whatever team comes through the lower bracket.
I'm excited, though, for top esports. Making it as an LPL 3 seed, again, because of the way that the regional finals work and everything. This is the last time we're going to be able to see them on our broadcast here as well. And what an up and down year it's been for this team who, again, you know, made it 2 World Championships last year and the like. But especially with the recent news of Jackie Love potentially stepping aside, at least for a little bit, with his health issues at the end of this year. Seeing him finally, you know, get there to Worlds, especially against his old team in Invictus Gaming, is a really cool story that we're going to have to continue to watch throughout the rest of the season and as we transition over to that World Championship. Obviously, Jackie Love starting off his career, he was 17 when he won his first World Championship with IG back in 2018 and hasn't been back to that summit since. But if top esports can play at their A game with him specifically leading the charge, he'll get another chance to live up to that you know, and try to redeem that teenage dream of his from 8 years ago.
Here's hoping. Please, don't embarrass us again, top esports. You're a 3rd seed. I think it's more than likely you're probably going to have to play against LTA North, or I guess LTA 1 and 2 seeds, which Fingers crossed. Please don't get embarrassed like you did versus Team Liquid and Fnatic last year. That was pretty hard to watch.
Hey, I think if you're any of the other regions other than Korea right now, you're looking at what we've got coming out of the LPL, and you're scared of 1, 2, and 3. Maybe 4th seed, whoever it is, Weibo, JDG, IG, you're not so terrified of them. But top esports, yeah, the last time we saw them on the international stage, it wasn't ideal, but still, they're a very scary squad, and I'm pretty excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about all the inconsistencies that we've seen from our top 3 teams, right? Obviously, we get the chance to watch each of these guys every single day here on the broadcast, so we're going to be a little bit more critical, but then you take a step back, especially from like us as like, an NA fan, and maybe this is just like such an American perspective, but you just see, oh, we got to play against 369, we got to play against Kanavi, Jackie Love again. Even though we've seen some ups and downs from them, it's going to be very scary, regardless if you're an EU team, an NA team, going up against any of these LPL representatives.
I want to thank Nymera, something that I guess I wasn't really thinking about, but is a historical moment. This is the first time that Top Esports will have made back-to-back Worlds in their organization's history, so really happy for them.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, there were so many years where they've almost made Worlds or they didn't end up making Worlds. I remember a lot of Top Esports being built off the back of a player called Night9 at the time. Definitely trying to pull off some carry performances at the World Championship, but glad for them to kind of see them and be a consistent representative alongside the names of BLG and Anyone's Legends. But, gentlemen, we've got one last seed to go to Worlds, and we'll be deciding that in 2 days' time.
3 teams left for that spot. One of them is going to be IG. You will see them again on a Saturday. But before that ends up happening, make sure you tune in same time, same place tomorrow to watch, of course, that matchup between Weibo Gaming and JDG. That grudge match from last year's regional final that was so tragic for JDG. Weibo ended up coming out victorious, as they seemingly always do here in the regional finals, if that's any sort of an omen for you. But before we head out here for the day, we need to give a big shout out to our Elite Coffee subscribers, to Aaron Soup, Mung, and Force Without. We give you a big thank you from our side of the LPL English broadcast, as their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Once again, a big congratulations to Top Esports for qualifying as the number 3 seed from the LPL to the 2025 World Champions. On behalf of us here on the desk, Bloxer and Alk, to our casters, Yanni and Cubby, and of course our production in Bread behind the keyboard. My name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to the LPL Regional Finals, and we'll be right here tomorrow for Weibo versus JDG. We'll see you all then.